Now, Sir Ivan, if you will press this switch over, when I say now, that will open our station. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
But they'll never take our freedom!
Hello everybody, welcome to my live little stream. How are we all? So to join me today we have got Natasha.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
So I'm really excited. Come on, show us.
You want me to show you?
You know what I want to see.
I knew it.
2 things you've got to show us, haven't you?
I know of one thing.
Come on.
Between 2 things.
What came the other day?
Let's see if I can do this.
Look at that. We've got a desk. How awesome is that?
And there's my chair, but I've covered it over.
Okay, that's probably not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah.
I had a chair before, I had imitation leather on it, and I found sitting in it all day, my backs and my legs used to sweat really badly. So I put a towel down, and that really did help. So it's probably a good idea covering it. So you've got your chair and your table.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah,
I'll be more comfortable now.
Yeah, that'll be really good. Can't wait. Right, so we've got a few little comments. Oh, hang on, got to do the banner, haven't we? Mustn't forget the banner. Right, so Kenneth says hello from Atlanta, Georgia, and then
hello,
Bob
Kenneth.
just says hello from Bob. Yes, I recognise that avatar. Yes, I've seen you before. I recognise that avatar. Hi, Bob. I remember a joke someone told me. So, what was it? What? No, I'm trying to think of it now. Yeah. What do you call a man with no arms?
Bob.
Bob. Knock, knock.
Who's that?
Ain't Bob, is it?
No.
Right. Bradley Beaumont says, good evening. How are you, Bradley?
Hi, Bradley.
Smith B says, hi, all.
Hi, Mike. I think it's Mike.
Mark Fit says, hello, everyone. I'm doing something. You're going to love what I'm going to be doing today, Mark Fit. You're going to love it.
Hi,
Laura Robson says, hi, all. How are you, Laura?
Hiya.
I hope everything in your life is getting sorted. I know you've had not the best of days ever, have you? So I hope everything's getting better. Bradley Beaumont says, hi, Laura. Laura says, hi, Bradley. Right, so in today's show, I'm starting what I'm finishing. Now I'm finishing what I started, not starting what I'm finishing. So I'm going to be doing some more of this. But we had a bit of an idea before we started the stream. Dominic, says, good evening, ladies. How are you, my good friend? So,
Dominic.
We were talking, something else I was doing, and I picked up, I needed some tweezers for it, and I just went, do you know what? I'm going to do this with tweezers, because I know Mark Fit and Teresa, they diamond paint with tweezers. And I thought, it's very easy for me to go, oh, no, not with tweezers. But obviously, I've never really done it with tweezers. Because I'm used to a pen, and I'm like, how can you criticize something? It's not even a criticism, but how can you judge something if you haven't actually done it? So I'm going to be having a little go with tweezers, and I'm going to give it a good go, because if you remember, I said, oh, I can't use a multiplacer, but I've been having a go with a multiplacer. I know some people can't get on with them, and that's fine. But, if you've given it a reasonable go, that's fine. So I'm going to give it a reasonable go. Excuse me, I've got shoulder strap issues. Right, so I'm going to give it a good go with tweezers. And this will either be a good laugh, or it'll work, or it'll be a good laugh and it works, or it might not be a laugh. It'll just be a disaster. Who knows? So let me change my camera so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So I got this from Smith's Beads. It's £4 and it's actually really good. You know, I thought it'd be all right, but it's, you know, for what it is, you know, I thought I'd be sitting there saying for what it is, it's okay. But actually for what it is, it's bloody brilliant. Because all the drills you get with it,
isn't it?
they're all sparkly and lovely.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, when you get the picture's always a little bit flat. If you look down there, it is a little bit flat. That's just the nature of how it comes out. But once you start getting those drills on, I mean, look, he's what? Not even a quarter done. And he's starting to look a bit special, isn't he? So, and it comes with a little little picturey thing, which I'm not going to open up properly until I'm finished them. But because it's poured glue and it's got this horrible bit of papery thing, I'm finding I'm really needing release papers. Or if you haven't got release paper, I should be promoting buying things from Smith's Beads. But
yeah, I've just had to pull off all my plastic last night, and I thought
yeah,
I've really got to
what I do
put my release papers on now.
When I do a dime paint, I cut squares off, and then sometimes I keep them. But like you see, these are all the little cut off bits that I keep. So if you haven't got release paper, you know, you could always use these. In fact, actually, I think the way that I'm doing it, it might be easier to use these. But obviously, buy the release paper because the release paper is much, much better. But a little bit of a warning with this. You see there's two sides to it. There's this waxy side and this not so waxy side. Do not place the paper down that way. I'll be honest with you, I haven't done it.
I haven't done it yet.
No, I've been told what will happen, so I'm not prepared to take that risk. But it's the same with this as well. I don't know if you've ever noticed with these, if you put them back on the wrong way, see, if you put them on the correct way, they come off nice and easily. But if you put them on the other way round, it's a bleeding nightmare to get them off. However, because this is plastic and these are obviously paper, this is not going to rip. But yeah, so today I'm going to be doing more of this. Now I am doing this a little because it's a bit smaller and it's got this horrible thingy on it. Normally I cut bits off and I do the whole square. Because it's this little clear papery thing. What I'm doing is I'm doing the whole, you know, that's actually removed some of the sticky. That's what happens when you demonstrate things too many times. I don't know if you can see the finish. It's still sticky, look. But it's not, it's far better there. Yeah, so I'm doing one color drill at a time and I'm doing the whole lot. And I know that's how some people do their diamond paintings. And obviously because of the thickness of this, I can't use my, well, I can use my light pad, but it's not really having any effect, is it? So we're going to have a bit of fun. Now, last time I did this, I was on the A's. I think I was on the A's. And I didn't finish all of the A's. I think, to be honest with you, and I think this is testimony to the diamond painting, I said I was going to do one colour, didn't I?
Yeah, you ended up doing
just to get it started. I ended up doing the B's, which is his eyes. And that's not bad. Look, you only need 2 for the whole thing. This is my leftovers, if I ever get a focus. And they are... I thought they were the same colour, but one's a bit bluer than the other. So I did the A's, and then I did the 2s, and I did the 1s. But rather than jumping onto the 3s next, I did the A's because of the placement of the A's. So I just couldn't stop. I had to work really hard to stop where I did stop. So that's where I'm up to. And I love it. I really do like it. I think it's amazing. So let's do a catch up. Wow, look at these comments. Look at these viewer numbers. Wow. People are bored, aren't they? Hi Laura, hi Bradley, hi all. Bradley says I'm okay. Thanks. How are you? Good evening, ladies. Not great. My mum had a bad foot. Oh, that's terrible. I had some really bad news today. A friend of mine, she's not well. And she turns out it's a lot worse than we all thought. And unfortunately, I found out from work, which is not the best way to find things out. Because it's like, oh, is a card going around for so-and-so? Can you chuck some money in and sign it? And I'm like, what? Normally that's like for really bad things, isn't it, when you have the card come round? So yeah, I need to give her a ring later on. Right. Laura Robson says, oh, he's cute. He is really cute, isn't he? And he's gonna look better with every drill I put on with tweezers. That's gonna be fun. So Dominic says, yes, I am okay. Bradley, I'm working on my Disney Magic with tweezers at the moment. So how are you finding tweezers then, Bradley? How are you finding tweezers compared to pens? Laura says, I tried with tweezers, but my shaky hand. Ah, yes, I never thought about shaky hands. I guess that would make a massive difference, wouldn't it? Let me move this camera. Moving. Whee! Sorry, guys. Every time I reposition my camera, it falls off. So, I was trying to get it level, and I was moving diamond paint, and I thought it would be easy if I move the camera. So that's. There you go. Try and get it. I might have just move it up a bit. Actually, this is one thing that lets my stream down is my positioning of cameras. So Laura says hi, Teresa. Teresa says hi all. Hi Bradley, Laura. I love that beige paper. Oh, this one you mean? This is the release paper that you can get from Smith's Beads. I'll show you the full size sheets. This is what you get full size, but sometimes I find it a bit easier just to cut it down into more manageable shape. Not that you have to cut it down. It's just that I find it a bit easier. Right, I stuck it wrong way around and peeled off. Not the best, but yeah, baby wipes do help. So if you ever drop any paper onto the sticky bit, baby wipes is the way to go. But what is a better method of not criticizing you here, Laura? The better method than baby wipes is to not drop the paper on in the first place. If that makes sense. So Chris Davis World says hi all, and Natasha and Penny.
Hi, Chris.
So Chris, I need to message you later on because I need a bit of making up to you to do. Because I was meant to be playing Red Dead the other day and I fell asleep again. So, but I absolutely must stay up all night because I'm on nights. My last night went rather well. Oh, wow. I'm just going to show you this, guys, because Mark has just sent me a wonderful picture. If you remember, he's making the Eiffel Tower out of matchsticks.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't think that's going to be that easy. And looking at it, I still think it's not that easy, but I think he's done a rather good job there. I'm looking at that arch bit in the middle. Do you score those matchsticks or do you just bend them? The rest of it is, yeah, straight lines, and you've got cuts at various angles. You got to get the angles right. But that arch, that's got to be quite difficult to get right because you've got to bend them just right. If you bend one more than another, it's going to look a bit dodgy, isn't it? That looks really good. Yeah, that's really good work there. So, yeah, if you've got arms long enough, pat yourself on the back because you certainly deserve it. All right, Chris Davis, watched your video, Penny, and totally enjoyed it. And that chassis is taking shape and ordered form already. So, yeah, just before today, I did another Eddie Stobart. I decided to go live because I'm off, and I'm absolutely determined to be off. I'm on holiday next week. I will confess I was a bit whingy last week because I'm being pushed into work at extra, but I got my wage slip on Monday, and that's took a big chunk out of my grumpiness. I'm a little bit happier now. So that's basically I've covered the cost of my TV and a bit more. But yeah, I'm off next week, and I'm making damn sure I get you know what I'm like. You know I'm very weak-willed, but I'm sitting here at the moment, absolutely determined to have 7 days off next week. The reality is, if I have 4 days off next week, I've probably done well. So Chris Davis Will says, Stobart, we knew what you meant, Chris. Bob says, sit, boy, sit. I take it you're talking to my wolf there.
Ignore my comment. It was inviting someone because she couldn't find it.
Okay, no worries. Laura Robson, yeah, need to order more. Everyone needs to order more of everything, especially if you order from Smith's Beads, because why not? Guys, another update for you. I'm going to be starting to order some of the actual designs that, you know, the diamond paintings they have on the site. Something I've been thinking about. Most of the customs that I'm making are going to be bussy, because that's the way I'm inclined. But we also said about varying what I do on stream. And if I do nothing but buses, I just get known as the person who does buses. So obviously we made, this is why I'm doing that wolf one next. So I'm going to be ordering some diamond paintings, and there'll be smaller ones, so I can do a custom, and then I can do another one off Smith's Beads, and then a custom, and, you know, backwards and forwards. Bob says, for your information, I have 2 arms. Yeah, we know you two. I just, you know what? It's all in wording, isn't it? And it's like how you present things. And I was thinking this as I said it. You know, if I'm, oh, hi, Bob, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. That reminds me of a joke. What do you call a man with no arms? Bob. So obviously it comes out as though I'm suggesting you have no arms. But, you know, I didn't mean that. Laura says, yeah, they always that. Chris Davis, no worries, Penny. Sophie, that's your comment that I'm ignoring, is it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Laura Robson says, wow, and I know that's aimed at Mark's Eiffel Tower. Mark Fit, took me a while, got 3 more to do. Well, you'll be the world's foremost expert by the time you finish then, won't you?
Yeah.
Laura Robson, Smith's is my shop for anything diamond paint. I refuse to shop elsewhere except the pens. Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there, because the pens that Smith's Beads do are really nice, but I have my pen that I like, and I know Teresa won't mind me saying that. So I think I'm pretty much in the same camp as you, Laura. You know, I know what I'm getting from Smith's Beads, and if I buy from someone else, you're not always sure what you're getting. So, you know, but most things I'm buying, like this, for example, I mean, for £4, what are you going to expect? Yeah, Natasha, what can you expect for £4?
Well,
something a bit cheap and cheerful. And here it is. Nah, that's really good.
But once it's done, it looks even better because I've completed mine. It's just in the spare room somewhere. So I have got it. And I have completed it. Once it's all put together, it looks brilliant. It's one of them ones I totally enjoy doing.
Oh, it's so much more than I expected.
Yeah, that's what I thought about it.
Pen. Do you know what? I'm looking at your pen, Laura, that you've just shared. By the way, I will just say, you do know if you send me anything on Facebook while I'm streaming, and it looks diamond paint related, it's getting shared. So Laura sent me a picture of this pen. That looks quite intriguing. Is that specially designed for, because do you say you've got arthritis, didn't you?
It's a double O pen, I think, and you can convert it into a diamond painting. I lost mine.
Oh, I see. So that isn't how you bought it.
It's how you bought it. It was originally a writing pen, but you can convert them.
Right, of course you can. Yeah, and you think about it. Yeah.
But no, yeah, that was a good pen to work with. See,
I've I know it's a different subject, but when I was doing some painting, I bought some. Unfortunately, they're not the best brushes I own, but company I use, Rosemary & Co., they do some nice triangular brushes, and they're really comfortable to hold, and they don't roll off the table. So, and I'm looking at that triangular grip, and I'm looking at the shape on the pen, and I'm thinking that could have a lot of benefits. So I'm liking that, and the colour's all right as well, isn't it?
Well, I mean, me being mean, I'll find a pink one.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really care what. I mean, if there's a choice of a colour that I like and a colour I don't like, I'll always go for the one I like. But the colour of the pen isn't functional, is it? It just looks nicer. And I'll get a pen in whatever colour. I don't care. But I mean, look at my pen that I'm using. It's green, and it's got Quick Stick written all over it. But it works. It does the job. So I don't really care. But that's actually rather a nice colour. Not my preferred choice of colour, but it's nice, and I like that marbly effect.
Yeah, it's a good pen.
That marble effect, if you do it like marble cake, it's just a case of I can't be asked to mix the two mixtures together properly. Oh, we'll call it marble. But yeah, it works really well, doesn't it? No, it's nice. I like that. So, right. Chris Davis, pen with all the bust iron paintings you can sing with. Yeah, you got a bit of an obsession with that song, haven't you, Chris? Any excuse. Right, Bradley Beaumont, I need to order some diamonds while I remember. Do it. Because what's that? Yeah, I've just heard this rumor that Mike is not busy tonight and he needs extra orders, but tomorrow he's really busy. So if you get your orders in now, you'll get them, a little bit quicker than if you wait until tomorrow. There you go. That's actually not a lie. If you order tonight, you will get them quicker than if you send them tomorrow. Mark, fitting where I can follow up. Mark, where can I follow your updates? Maybe you should get a website together, Mark, or a YouTube channel. How I made the Eiffel Tower. That would be really good. And I'm intrigued. I wonder, is there much on YouTube about matchstick models?
Don't know. It's not something I've looked into.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. There might be a million videos out there, but I'm not, because I've not really looked for them. So I don't know. But yeah, we might have got you a little niche in the market there, Mark. So yeah, food for thought. Sorry, I was sending you a photo. No, it was originally a pen. Yeah. Right. So we've got Facebook user says, wow. Now, if you're watching this from Facebook, which you obviously are, wow, we've got 3 people watching from Smith Speed's Facebook page, 1 from the Crafting with Friends.
That could be Sophie.
That might be. This is the bit I don't really understand. You have to do some kind of weird registration and your name will come up. If you don't, it'll just come up as Facebook user. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to call you Facebook user unless you type, I am such and such. So Laura Ross and Teresa should think about researching them all to sell. Well, it's all well and good, but unfortunately, if you're not going to sell enough, it's not always viable, is it? I know for a fact Smith Speeds has got a bit of stock of stuff that isn't really, I think it was like a fad 10 years ago. But yeah, can get it made for left or right-handed and different colors. Do you know what? Fortunately, it's a wax pen, isn't it? I do like my little one. Laura says, cake. Where did we see cake? Oh, cake. Yeah, I was talking about marble cake, wasn't I?
Yeah.
So look at that. I'm 2 minutes behind the comments and I'm still not understanding the context. LOL, I am just adding new item. Be sure to put link here when you add the new items then, and we'll have a look. Chris says, LOL, penny. I've no pennies or I would have bought all my papers tonight. Oh, that's a shame. YouTube has everything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that someone must be doing it because every subject you can think of is on YouTube, isn't it? So, yeah, Teresa says we are limited on space right now. Yeah, if I'm pretty sure if Teresa had a warehouse the size of Amazon, she'd probably sell everything. But you are limited by space. Is why I'm thinking researching it. So Mark says, sorry, don't post updates as I don't consider to be good enough. Oh, no, Mark. No, honestly, right? I personally think there's a market for people out there that aren't great. And I'm talking genuinely not good. My models, let me change my camera to me. So take my model making, for example. I've done the F14 online, and I don't know what view to use there. Let's get rid of the comment.
Use any you want.
Right. So I started doing my F14. Now I'm not a complete beginner on model making, so I probably had a certain standard anyway. But as I progressed, I realised I'd done it not the most efficient way. So I'm making a mistake, but I'm still documenting the mistakes because it works as a video diary for me. So when I go back, say 5 or 10 years, like in 10 years time, I look back and I go, oh my God, yeah, why did I do that? But also it shows how I progress. So if you had someone who was making videos, they've never done any matchstick modeling ever in their life, and they put it on and they're not great and they managed to do it. They're getting feedback from other viewers. Oh yeah, we've got an intruder alert. Just bear with me a sec. I'm gonna do that. So so first of all, you get feedback. Now I've learned an awful lot from people leaving comments. Oh, have you tried this? Or maybe you should have done this, blah, blah, blah. But also people can see my progress. So I do think you're wrong when you say you don't consider yourself good enough and loads of videos on YouTube. You know, sometimes, see, these guys are absolutely brilliant. That's been doing this for 50 years. They make it look easy, but at the same time, you're watching it thinking, well, it looks easy because you're so good. If you aren't as good and you make it look easy, then it is easy because you're not as good as the experts. I don't know if that makes sense. So anyway, Laura said, you spoke about marble cake. Yes. So do you know what? I fancy a bit of cake now. Do you know, I had another lovely lunch from my lodger today. He'd done that bean stewy stuff before, but it was more meat this time. So that was really nice. He just goes, have you eaten? And I went, no, not yet. He went, oh, do you want some of my beans? And I went, yeah, okay then. Yes, please. So he do you know what? He cooks very basic food very good. And I said to him, I said, what does this cost? And he does a big pot full. It serves probably 6 to 8 people. And it costs about £2. I said, so it's about 30p a portion. I was just like, no excuse ever to be hungry, no matter how little money you've got. Laura obviously just spoke about right. So Chris says, it's cool to know about pens to be. Yeah, I didn't know you were left-handed, Chris. I never really thought about it. Well, yeah, there's a lot of lefties out there, aren't there? And certain things that they could use, like left-handed screwdrivers. I mean, there must be a market for that, isn't there? Laura says, my son, when he was younger, called Google his uncle. Yeah, there's a lot of... So you got to be careful with Google, though, haven't you? Because there's a lot of false, incorrect stuff. I won't say false. It's not like fake news, but there's a lot of incorrect stuff on there. That's the trouble I found with genealogy. Because Ancestry has decided to make it so much easier for you, people are like, oh, great. And they've got like 20 ancestors within a day's work. And then they start to realize, oh, this is where it starts to get hard. And that's where they all quit. But they've still got all these family trees on and they haven't been researched properly. And then other people come along and they just copy it onto their tree and it's all wrong. And I've seen people where they put ancestors in, and if you follow the lines, it's like they're their own grandfather. And it's like, yeah. So that's the trouble. So Smith's piece, I believe the pen is a Stabilo Easy Writer. I'm going to just look that up, actually, because that looks interesting. If you... Oh. Right there. Oh, I see it. They're only a £5 each. So, Lord, did you say they do left? Do you say they do left and right? Oh, yeah. Oh, that, do you know what? That is not bad. I'm sorry, I'm going to show you this because this is rather good. So I don't know if it's the best place to look for, but I just found this site. So you've got, that's the blue one. So I see what you've done. So you've taken that end out, have you? And then put in the little, what do they call it? The little brass cap. But look, you've got a choice of left or right-handed. And you've got a choice of blue, green, pink, orange, or yellow. So there's the pink one. And you've got a choice between single pack or single pack. Sorry, that was just caught my eye. That's a bit of a weird looking one, isn't it? What's that? Fill up with cotton balls, is it? Seeds? I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty good. So bear with me a sec. I just had a message and I think I know who it's from. So okay, that's fine. We've got some more pictures from another picture from Laura. Ah, right, I see what you've done there then. So so this is another picture that Laura sent me. So that looks like where she split it apart and assembled it together. And a nice little shot of your Pepsi Max there as well. Now we know what you like to drink. So, right, I'm going to catch this comment because sometimes John Alec goes very quickly. So John Alec, scale model. Hiya, Penny, how are you? I am absolutely superb today. Thank you very much. How are you? Right. So, Laura, well, you have a fan here, Mark. There you go, Mark. You got your first fan. So, John Allen, in case you've only just popped in, I'm just saying to Mark Fit, he's been doing. Oh my God, seriously, right? This is the picture he showed me earlier on of his Eiffel Tower. He says he doesn't want to do a log because he doesn't think he's that good. But then I've just seen another picture he sent me. This is someone who says they're not very good. So I think they've got a little bit of a lack in their own ability, or like, what do you call it? But that is absolutely amazing. I can see how it's done. I can see it's not the most complex thing ever, because I can see how it's done. You know, it's like most things. You break it down into small bits I mean, looking at that platform, I can see how you've done each platform, and you've probably done each one separately and brought them together. And then once you combine them, it looks a lot more complex than it is. This is what I find with a lot of things I do. People go, oh, that looks really complicated. I'm like, no, not if you break it down. But you can't take away the fact that that is brilliant. That is absolutely amazing. And I can imagine there's a lot of hours gone in just to that much. But yeah, for you to say you're not very good, I think you want to reassess yourself if you're saying you're not very good. So I keep getting, let's remove that and then I won't get double view then. There we go. Right. So message me, Chris. I can make you a small video on how to change them. Oh, that'd be really handy. Actually, Laura, if you can make a small video and maybe send it to me, I'll be happy to play it on the show. Obviously, I'll give you full credit for making the video and everything. Dominique, I think you just hit that on the head. Everyone says they're not good enough, but every year you get better at it. I think also we are our own worst critics. We'll look at our work and we'll go, oh, we're not very good. And it's probably always better than you claim it is. Laura says, I've done 5 years in business and graduate, so now I know real pages. So, right. And yes, Mark, stability. Yeah. You take out the ink and measure your pink pen to the ink and screw it in. Right. I tell you what, you're going to have to make this video. So, John Alec, hi, yeah, I'm good. How are you? Laura Robson, again, wow, I think that's... And then Mark says, blushing now. Laura says, I hate my work. Oh, you just showed me your work. You're all right. That looks amazing. No kidding. So I've seen John Alex scale modeling, and when he says that looks amazing, that's genuinely good. That's a genuine comment. He's not just saying that. You know, he's a guy that has a standard where he can get away with saying to you, yeah, that's a load of crap. You know, he knows. I always say, like, don't criticize someone unless you can do better than yourself. John Alec is one who can criticize. And so if he says that looks amazing. So, yeah, maybe you want to start. Maybe you got a potential YouTube channel there, Mark. I think you're doing some good stuff. Laura Robson said, yeah, sure, I'm due to change it. That'd be brilliant. I'd say if you send me that video as well, I'll make sure as many people can see it as possible. John Alex, that's true. Dominic Coco, I'm glad you're doing well. Yeah, well, I just finished my holiday last week, so I'm not working so hard this week because I'm on regular shifts, if that makes sense. That's how much I'm really bad at saying no to overtime. I will send video tonight. Dave Matt. Good evening, Penny. Looks like I'm late once again. No, you're not that late. So, guys, I'm on a bit of a personal crusade at the moment. So I'm asking everyone to head over to Dave Mack Builds. He's had a little bit of bad news. Pop over, watch one of his videos, hit a like on it. And I think that just give him a bit of cheering up that he just really needs right now. I think that's the nicest thing anyone can do for him. And I'm being slightly vague because if you want to know more, you're going to have to go over to his channel and find out. And then hit the like button and possibly hit the subscribe button. But seriously, guys, the work Dave Mack Builds does on his models, he's done the Titanic. He's now starting a ship that I can't remember. Was it the Missouri, big American named ship. And he does some part works. And he's a little bit like me. I'm not quite happy with this, so I'm going to do a little bit more. So, for example, the Titanic, he's done this really lovely base. But just do me a favor, guys. Just pop over to his channel, Dave Mack Builds. Pick a video, hit a like. That's all I'm asking. Bradley Beaumont. I always said I was rubbish wheelchair basketball coach, but ended up coaching. Oh, nice. Do you not think that's the best thing you can do? When I was young, I used to play roller hockey, and I have just got a tiny few caps for my country. And I actually ended up coaching the young goalkeepers. And I remember one guy, he could hardly skate. And he played and played and played, and I coached him. And, you know, I've always got time for people that aren't taking the mickey. And he ended up playing for England minors. And I think I could probably say, hand on heart, I was more honoured at somebody that I coached playing for their country than me playing for my country. Because it's like you pass on what you know, and then I know that that kid will pass on what he knows. And then 100 generations of roller hockey goalkeepers, and there'll be a little bit of me in every single one of them, and a little bit of him in every single one, and so on and so forth. Do you have a link you can send? Are you talking to me on that one, or are you talking to Mark? Dave Max says Missouri. Is it Missouri? Missouri? I'm no good with pronunciations. Well, Bradley, that proves you aren't about exactly. But like I say, I don't know what the greatest honour is. You playing for someone, you know, country or whatever, or coaching someone else to that standard. John Alex Scale model and sub today and very sorry, mate. I'd give anything to see mine again. And the one, oh, sorry, yeah. Rather than me making you do all the work, let me pop you a link. Yeah, I'm just trying to be lazy and just go, go and find him. Right, bear with me. Unfortunately, I am, well, from in my own account, really, wouldn't it? Trying to find his from a different account. Right. Bear with me, I will find you. I will find you and I will link you. It's going to be easy if I just type it in. Sorry guys, bear with me. Here we are. Right. So this is a link to Dave Mack's channel. So as I say, please just pop over and just show him a little bit of love. I think he's in a situation where, well, at the very least, a little bit of love won't hurt him. So there you go. And I see I've got some catching up to do with the Missouri. So right, so yeah, just pop over and show a bit of love, and I'd love that as well. I tend to find a completely different page. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's me being lazy and making you do all the work. So there is a link there, guys. Hopefully that will come up as a link. Yeah, it has done. Thank you for link. I suppose coaching someone to that standard, but as my epilepsy holds me back from being able to get in the Paralympics, being part of what, yeah, exactly. You know, it's you've done your little bit, and you might think you've done a lot, you might not think you've done much, but it's the fact that someone's there because of the work you've put in. Anyway, look, I've been streaming now 3/4 of an hour, so let's get a little bit done. I'm not trying to avoid it, because as you know, I'm going to be using the tweezers. So for those that have come in a little bit later, when I diamond paint, like I suspect the majority of people, the way we diamond paint is, first of all, we get the camera in focus. So you get your drills in the little pot. You make sure they're the correct way up. You either use a pickup pen, which is a little brass tube with a little bit of wax. It's just something a little bit sticky, but I use this. You pick it up and then you place it down. What some people do, Mark Fit and Teresa included, instead of using a pickup pen, they use tweezers. And I think that sounds as awkward as hell. In fact, I'm gonna have to concede defeat right from the start. So instead of using the pen, what they do is they pick up the drill with the tweezers. And I'm obviously doing something wrong here because this is not working well for me. And then they place it on like that. And that's how they go. And to be honest with you, since I've turned these tweezers upside down, it's not gone too bad. And it eliminates my little problem. I'm what I call what we call a hard presser. Now, what a hard presser is, you jam that on there and then you hit that on there. Now, that drill isn't ever coming off because I've pressed it so hard. But it does have its own set of problems. That's funny that you Teresa says turn the tweezers round. I did actually, yeah, smaller straight tweezers. Okay. I genuinely turned the tweezers around without seeing that comment. I promise you that. Right, Bradley, so I feel for you, but I wish I was able to get the knowledge like you have. I don't have these. Yeah, I do have some of those grips. In fact, I've got quite a few where I've not been using them. You get them with some diamond paintings, you get them in, and I've never really used them before. Rounds are super hard to do with tweezers, squares are really... Okay, so I've kind of, instead of jumping in at level 1, I've jumped in at like level 5. So there's some good and bad. Smaller straight tweezers. Let's see what I've got. Not. Do you reckon? See, these are cheapy, nasty ones. Do you reckon they might be a bit better? They're not straight, but they're not quite as angled. So I'll give them a go. But I quite liked. Yeah, actually, they are easier. I did quite like the idea of turning them though. That did work better. So look, let me finish the A's off. I'll pass judgment once I've done all of this one color. Someone's just said that they're harder with doing rounds, but I can see one area where it'd be better because the rounds obviously don't cover up the whole area. I can see that. Let me see if I can create what I mean. Let's find I need a block, but there aren't really any blocks. Yeah, there's an idea, right? So right, so there I've gone kind of all around, and you see there isn't so much space left because the ones all around, because the rounds don't take up the hole. You know, you're basically putting a round drill on a square hole. So if you come in at an angle, I can still get that in. Whereas I suppose if I had a square, it'd be a bit different. But yeah, I'll do them all before I say I pass. But my doing it so far, I'm thinking I might prefer the pen, and it might be a bit quicker with the pen. Not that speed is, you know, I do say it takes you as long as it takes you, and it is a hobby to be enjoyed, and the quicker you do it, you know, I don't know, I think the joy is doing it. So if it takes me longer to do it, I've had more time to enjoy the hobby. But I can see how people would enjoy it with tweezers. Excuse me, I just noticed my breathing's a little bit noisy. The big question is, though, yeah, do you know what? I can see there's a lot of advantages to this. The main one being, because I can't press hard, if they're not quite placed where I want them, they're not down so firm so they can be repositioned. However, with a pen, I can place them slightly more precisely, so there's possibly not so much need to rearrange them. But saying that, if I do them with tweezers more, maybe I'll get more accurate with the tweezers. So again, there may not be any need to change them, move them, whatever the word I'm looking for. I don't know. What do you think, guys? Laura says I'm a hard presser. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm a really hard presser. I'll show you how hard a presser I am. I've actually damaged this. Focus. I've actually damaged the end. Like, see, it's not straight and level. I now actually have to make sure the pen's around the right way. Otherwise, I end up having to place it like that. It's placed at an angle. And that's how hard I've been pressing. It's actually damaged the plastic pen. Doing it this way, you cannot press hard. All you can really do is just let go and it places itself. But I don't think there's an issue with being a hard or soft placer. It just makes it harder if you need to reposition the drill. But I don't think, if anyone says to me that they use tweezers, I don't think anymore I'll go, oh, that's really weird. Because actually it's not. It's not actually that weird. It doesn't feel unnatural. Let me just see that when you readjust them, I forgot that bit was all exposed at the top. Look. I got my hand stuck on it. So yeah, if I put a ruler in to straighten up the drills, they straighten really easily because they're just placed on the top, not stuck down really hard. So there's definite advantages to using tweezers. But I think just like the multi-placer, I think there's a bit of a learning curve. I think what might have put me off a little bit was Mark sent me a video of him doing the placing with the tweezers. And there was one that he put this drill on and he either placed it in the wrong place or it dropped off prematurely. And he's trying to adjust it with the tweezers. And it looked quite awkward to do. And I mean, that might have been like 1 in 1,000. Got another one there with no silver bit on the bottom. Oh, no, it has got some. No, it hasn't. Yeah. You see these drills have got silver base to them. But every now and again you get one with no silver on the bottom. So it means they're see-through. So you don't want one of them. Yeah, this isn't an unpleasant experience. And I think now that I've got the hang of it, I feel like I'm faster with the pen, but I don't feel that much slower using tweezers. What do you think, guys? I don't think I would go over to using tweezers all the time, but it makes a nice little change. And I guess, obviously, Laura, the issues that you've got, I guess it'd be a lot easier to do a pen. obviously, if you don't have the great use in your fingers, one area I can see that this is better is if you use pen. If you're right-handed, you want to kind of work from left to right. It's an easier way to do it. But every now and again, especially if you work by colors, every now and again you may need, let me give you an example. There we go. So this one's been placed. Now you're working on the next square. You need to place it to the left. So you have to kind of move your hand around a bit. And obviously, if you're left-handed, you want to work from right to left. Now, obviously, it's natural to hold the pen like this. When I need to place that way round, you see I'm now in an unnatural position. But when you're doing tweezers, because you're working from above, it doesn't matter where you go next. Doesn't matter if there's a drill next to it or it's an empty space. So you're always working more naturally. You see? So there's definitely advantages. I think like any method though, you have advantages and disadvantages, don't you? Right, let's do a catch up on the chat, because I know what you guys are like. As soon as I turn my head away from screen, you always start writing, don't you? You might find it easier with small straight tweezers. I'm a hard presser. I forget time and end up doing my pieces quickly. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm never going to criticize anyone over the time. You know, they take as long as they take. If you are rushing it, my opinion on that is you're doing it wrong if your number one thing is to rush it, to get it done in a time limit. I know Teresa's got this one piece that she did that took her absolutely ages, but I think it's all about, normally I say it's the journey, isn't it? Not the destination. And if you're thinking more about the destination than the journey, I'm trying to use a motorbike analogy here for diamond painting. You know, if you want to work really quickly, if that's how you do it, that's fine. But I want to enjoy what I'm doing. So, you know, I'm doing a diamond painting at the moment, and it's frustrating, but it's not. It's so, because it's got 60 odd colors. There's an awful lot of confetti, and it has taken me absolutely ages to do. I think I mentioned it on the last stream, didn't I? I'm actually getting used to the symbols now. So you look at the symbol, you've got to find the symbol on the list, then you've got to find the color, then you've got to get one drill out, and then it's on to the next symbol. At least if you get a nice block, when you do eventually find the color, you've got lots to do on there. But this is very, very confetti heavy. I do this much I do this much at a time, and I might find myself using 10 or more colors just in a space that big. Just in a space that big. Then I'll remove the ruler and I've got to go through it over it again. But normally on an average diamond painting, I'll do this much in half an hour, about half an hour. I'll take this off, another half an hour to do the bit that's been left. But this has taken me at least twice as long. However, when I've actually finished each bit and it's starting to come together, it's looking absolutely amazing. I did send Mike a picture the other day. I guess he was too busy to reply, or I was too busy to see his reply. But it's so heavily detailed, it does look amazing. So Mark says, pros and cons with everything. I'm a hard presser as well with tweezers. You can have problems. It's just fun and the easy way to apply drills, especially with rounds. Chris says that's looking good, Penny. Thank you. Sorry, had to go party. How did you say you press your beads? Right, so I press my beads. So I'll pick them up with my pen and I'll place them. And like I was saying, if you're right-handed, you want to work left to right, just like when you write. Do you know what? I've just had a notification come up. Get ready to start your live at 8 o'clock. So obviously, yeah, you want to work left to right, ideally, or if you're left-handed, you want to work right to left. That's the natural, easy way. But then you find, say I've done this square there, and now I'm working on this one. I now need to come in over my work and place there. It happens a lot. So there's a little bit of an unnatural way of working there. And so at least with the tweezers, because you're always working from above, it doesn't matter where you place it, it's still a natural, well, as natural as tweezers can be. But I also think it's a bit self-indulgent. It's a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Indulgent. If you don't work with tweezers, you go, other people will go, oh, that looks really difficult. And you know when people who don't diamond paint and they go, oh my God, have you got the patience for that? Doesn't that give you a little bit of a, yeah, I have got the patience. Yeah, that's a little bit of a brownie point there. And then obviously if you've got the patience to do it with tweezers, I don't think I have actually. I don't think I'd be able to do this whole thing with tweezers. I don't know. See, I got in a bit of a rhythm earlier, and now I seem to be losing that rhythm. I think this is definitely worthy of another try with squares. But then how do you manage with the squares and all the surrounding 8 squares are done, and then you pop them one in the middle and you haven't quite placed them properly, so there isn't quite enough space, so you have to push that square into place. I don't know, how would you manage that? Because I struggle sometimes pushing them in with a pen. I will say I have gone all over the place with this. I've kind of gone top, bottom, then I've gone back in towards the middle. And now I've got, I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, my jury's out on this one. There's definitely a skill in placing them now, isn't it? To get them straight. And it's funny, I keep talking about taking my diamond paintings with me on my trips down to London. And I thought about sitting at the front of the coach just doing a little bit of diamond painting. And I don't know if I could with tweezers. Because, imagine trying to place one of these. One thing we get an awful lot is we're coming down the motorway and someone overtakes us, shoots across us because they want that slip road, and we have to slam our brakes on. And there's me at the front trying to place drills with tweezers. I can see these going all over the place. And then I got to find in the dark the last one I placed because I'm not sure if I placed it in the right square. That could be fun, couldn't it? Oop, there we go. Yeah, I like that. Really happy with this. So I had a wonderful thing happen to me yesterday morning. I do try to be nice with people and I try to be happy. And I've always said the hotel staff where we stay are absolutely wonderful. Now I know, I don't know if everyone knows this, but hotel staff are notoriously overworked and underpaid. You're very lucky in the hotel trade if you're on more than minimum wage. and the amount of work you have to do. How these guys stay happy, I do not know. But the staff at this hotel, they're always lovely, and I'm always trying to be decent to them. Anyway, yesterday morning I got my coach came in late. Well, I didn't say my coach came in late. I should have said we brought our coach in late due to various things on the road and stuff like that. And, well, by the time we got to the hotel, the breakfast finishes at 10:30, and I got in at 25 to 11, and I was starving. Now, the restaurant staff could have said, "Bugger off, you're late, no breakfast for you." And let's face it, if I have a coach departing at 10:30 and you turn up 1 minute late, you ain't getting on. You're late. So, it would be sort of a karma if they'd have shut the doors in my face and said, "Bugger off, go to bed hungry." But I just jumped in and I said, "Is there any chance I can just grab just a couple of bits of bread, a sandwich, a sausage and a bit of bacon?" And they went, "Yeah, no problems." So I managed to get a late breakfast. So I was very happy with that. And they gave me a double room. Don't know why they give me a double room, 2 double beds in one room for one person. But it does mean I get extra. They only give me 4 of those, those stupid Milac things, the little things that you put your milk for your coffee. And they're always room temperature. And they don't give you enough. I usually put 3 or 4 in one cup. And because it was a double room, they give me 6. So that means I can have 3 in each cup, which means I actually get 2 cups of coffee while I'm in the room. So right, there we go. That's some right. Right, Laura, Bradley says, I only mainly do square diamond art. I have 1 round for a present for my carer I need to finish. So tweezers work better for me most of the time, even with it iffy dexterity sometimes. Well, that's fair enough. I'm only doing a round. I mean, if I have a choice, I'll always pick squares. But this Crystal Creations, it's round drills or don't buy it. To be honest with you, I didn't even think about what the drills were. And I suppose if you've got something you really want and it only comes in round, then, you take it, don't you? But I think it's a different dynamic, I think, with the rounds, because the background color plays an awful lot. Obviously, because it's going to be seen. Whereas with squares, the whole picture gets completely covered up. But you can see there, you've got a little bit of green in the background. So it's going to influence the color of the drills. If that background was, say, pink, for example, that whole thing would come out a completely different color. So, I often talk about how the placement of drills together, it influences the color. If you have white drills placed next to red drills, it will look completely different than white drills placed next to, say, black drills. And obviously the background will make a difference as well. So I suppose I've talked myself there into preferring round drills. But for some reason, I just prefer the square. And then what doesn't help with this is you don't have lines drawn in, which I think a lot of people refer to as training wheels. So I don't know until I've placed all the drills around it if these are perfectly placed. Which again is where the tweezers are coming in handy, because they're not being placed hard. The only criticism I have got with this kit, there seems to be quite... Oh no, that was actually a silver one. That does look a bit iffy, that that drill though. Why do they always land upside down if you drop them outside of the tray? Yeah, I was about to say there seems to be quite a high number of defect drills, but as you can see from the packets, you do get plenty spare. I don't think, no matter how many defects, look at that one, there's loads. That's number one. In fact, the amount of spare in there would suggest to me I've missed a lot out. So yeah, you do get plenty of drills. This one I'm not so sure. This one's a bit of a worry. I still seem to have loads to do. And this is every single drill that comes within the packet. But you know me, I always panic that I'm going to run out, and I very rarely do. The only time I have run out of drills, it was actually my fault more than anyone else's. But I didn't realise just how many A's there were. In fact, do you remember when I looked at the listing and it said over 1,000 diamonds? And I said, I can't confirm or deny that, and I'm not going to sit there and count them. Well, the rate I've been going, I can quite easily believe it. In fact, if instead of saying over 1,000, they said nearly 2,000, I'd believe that too. Oh, that was not very good. So, I hope Natasha's all right. That looks like it's placed upside. Now it's the way that the lights caught it. That was interesting. So is it getting any better? I think it definitely is, isn't it? At the moment, it looks like a wolf that's had a bit of makeup applied to it by a few kids. But once it's fully done, I know it'll look smashing. Right, I hate rounds. If I'm going to have to, I will. But yeah, that's the same with me. If I've got the choice, I'll take squares, but I'm not anti-round. I'm just going to skip a comment. I'm going to say goodnight, Penny. I'm up at 5 a.m. See you on the next one, provided I'm not late night. Thanks for popping in, Dave. I really do appreciate it, given the circumstances. Buddy Bo, maybe try with your next bus square. Yeah. I mean, look, I'll try it. Because if it goes wrong, they're easy enough to pick off. If it all ends up one big disaster. But the only thing that had stopped me from doing this all the time is it's a little bit fiddlier. And I'm feeling it's, oh God, I'm going to contradict myself now. I'm feeling it's a bit slower. Not that I'm desperate to get it done. When I get myself into a little rhythm, it's actually very pleasant to do. But once I break that rhythm, it gets a bit frustrating until you find the rhythm again. And usually the rhythm for me is finding a big batch of drills on the tray that are all the same way round. But I do get that when I use the pen. I'm going drill, and then I'm like, I can't find one that's the way round I want it. It doesn't help that I'm going in random places as well. Finding I'm having to reach my little straighty till a bit more often. It's the only thing I'm finding. Well, I say the only thing. How many times have I said the only thing? On the one hand, I'm finding they're easier to adjust because they're not pressed down hard. But it's fixing a problem that I don't get using pens much. Got to go around, find all the ones I missed now. And then make sure I've got all of the ace. I really find it frustrating when I go around with a colour and then I'm like, right, I've done all the colours, tip all the drills back into tick-tock box or wherever you keep them, and then you get on with it and you're, oh no, I missed one. Yeah. Definitely have to work. See, when I do with a pen, I work this way with a tray. I'm finding it a lot easier to work this way. So you come, see where the lines on the tray are. Because I'm using the pen, I come in parallel to the lines. With the tweezers, you want to come in that way. Otherwise, you're fighting against those lines to pick them up. So that was the first difference I noticed. But I think that's probably self-explanatory there, wasn't it? Oh, I didn't realise there was. I mean, I picked the bag up, and it was obviously fuller than the rest. But there's a lot of A's on this. Oops. There you go. That was a good one. So I dropped that drill. I don't know if you saw it, but it was so easy to pick up because I'm literally just placing it. Yeah. Yeah, I think Mark and Teresa, you might have converted me to tweezers. So I would definitely say give it a go. It might be easier. So the question now, Teresa and Mark, have you given pens a go? Would you now give a pen a go? Because I've tried your way, you try my way. I suspect Teresa's tried everything. Yeah. That's common, isn't it? Right, so yeah, let's see that. Oh my god, I didn't see all of that. The pen is easier for my wrist as I have a ganglion in my DP hand. Because if someone's not able to, because I think I mentioned that, obviously you need a certain amount of dexterity there. And if you've got issues, I've got a lot of family members who've got trigger fingers. So I would imagine that might be harder for them. But then saying that, wrapping the fingers around the pen. But yeah, if you've got various issues, You know, there's always going to be, whatever method you use, there'll be someone that genuinely can't do it because of some medical issue. That's understandable, you know. And I'm not going to say to anyone, you must use a pen or you must use tweezers. You know, I'm only ever going to say, use what works best for you. But no, we were just being, Tasha, we're just talking, and you know, Mark's very kindly sent me a video of him using tweezers, and it looks really, really interesting. And I've kind of sat here and gone, yeah, no, that ain't for me. And you know, it's like my attitude to food. You know, if someone shows you a new food and you go, oh, I don't like that, and you haven't tried it, how do you know? So it's just kind of evolved from that. And I just thought, I said to Natasha, I'm going to give tweezers a go. Oops. I'm not fully sold on it. But I think of, you know, all the time that I've been doing diamond painting and using a pen compared to all the time I've been doing diamond painting using tweezers. But this is why I want to give it a really good shot. And, you know, wasn't it on this channel that I said to you guys, I really can't do multi-places. And after about the third session, I think I really got the hang of it. And now I want to try a 5-placer and a 7-placer and a 9-placer. So who knows, maybe next time next month, I might even be using 2 pairs of tweezers at once, you know, one in each hand. Oh, geez, you've done it again. I turned my head and you fill the comments up. One of my I saw your Johnny Depp one. That looks really nice. You're doing a full series of them, aren't you? One of my Johnny Depp ones, I was enjoying it so much I was finished in 6 days. Do you know what? I've got a secret, not an ambition, but I'm on holiday next week. This other diamond paint that I'm doing, I am, for much as I moan about it being all confetti and that, I am really enjoying it. And I've got things to do, I need to do at home, but I'd really like to sort of crack on with it so much that maybe I just chucked one of these over here somewhere. I can't see where that land there is. Because imagine dropping a diamond and it just happens to land, for example, there. How do you know which one you just dropped? I mean, I know it's that one and I know it's placed in the right place. But yeah, this other one I'm doing, I'd really like to get it done next week. I think that'd be awesome. Yeah, thank you to Laura. So this has just been sent to me by Laura. So this is that all one diamond painting or is that 8 of them? Because I like that, because you're working on the Edward Scissorhands one at the moment, or you've just finished it. I don't know what that second one is. So I'm trying to guess. That one there in the middle-ish, that's Willy Wonka. That, I'm guessing, is Alice in Wonderland. I don't know. Was he in that? Do you know, I'm not as much of a Johnny Depp fan as I thought. So other than that, I don't know who they are. So I'm going to leave that up there. Maybe we'll have a little quiz. I'm not working or doing college due to health, so I have a lot of spare time. Yeah, I'm not going to say you're lucky or anything, because, you know, if you've got spare time because you're on holiday or something, or they've decided to give you 3 months off on full pay, that's lucky, isn't it? But sitting at home because of ill health, that's not really lucky, is it? So so I just saw those, what to crack those in. Right, one small bit of advice for tweezers. I tend to pick up from the boat where there's no ridges. What do you mean like that? Or do you mean fine? Oh, do you mean from there? At the front? Okay. Oh, and then you can come in at any angle. Okay, I'm going to give that a try. See, this is why I love doing things on straight. And this is also why I love to not claim I'm perfect. Because if you claim you're perfect, you'll always find there'll be someone come along who is better than you. Every time. We can all learn from each other. And my heating has gone on. And I am now rather warm. Of course, it's that time of the year where the heating now comes on. Whereas, so we have a little bit of heating in the morning, a little bit of heat in the evening. And I've just got just took a meter read. The way I do it is every time I take a meter reading, I get issued with a new bit. I'm all done. Oh, sorry guys, I've got the long screen round, haven't I? How can I, should we do it that way? So yeah, so every time I take a meter reading, it generates a new bill. So I tend to try and do a meter reading just after my monthly. I was doing it down there, wasn't I? So I tend to do a meter reading just after my monthly direct debit goes through. And I actually forgot this month. So instead of taking a monthly reading, I've taken one about 40 days. And this is also, we've got the heating on. So it is a lot higher. But when you actually work out on a day-by-day cost, we're using about 20 pence a day, more than normal with the heating on. So it's not too bad. And I've just been given £66 from the gas electric company for this winter thingy-me-bobby rebate. I don't know what it's called thing. So I'm going to do the sensible thing, and I'm going to pay it to the energy company. Didn't have the money last week. Might as well use it towards my gas electric, mightn't I? Right.
Can I go to try with you pump my bike if I can pump my tires?
I haven't got a pump.
But what you do, you pump your tires?
I don't anymore. I have to use the garage. I blew my pump up.
Yeah, you put in rubbish pump?
Yeah, it's rubbish. It don't work anymore.
I thought maybe you have.
That's why I was saying how we're going to pump them.
I thought maybe you have like broken.
No.
Yes, okay.
No, I think I dumped it. I'm sure I dumped it.
Okay.
You'd have to go all the way down the garage or get a foot pump. Would you like me to buy you a pump?
No. Thanks.
No worries. Sorry guys, that was my lodger. He sent me a message some point. Because I used to have a car tire inflator that used to plug into the cigarette lighter in my car. And I had a puncture in the tire. So I was pumping my tire up every single morning and every night. And it just, you know what these cheap pumps are like, because I've been using it for so long every single day. The pump just wore out. And my lodger's got this bicycle, and he says, "Oh, can I use your pump?" And I went, "No, because it's not working." I don't know if he didn't quite understand me. And he's just said to me again, "Can I use the pump?" And I said, "No, it's not working." He says, "What have you got?" Because I think he's fixed a couple of things, and I think he believes he can fix everything. He probably could fix this, actually. Probably just a wire come loose or something. But unfortunately, I have disposed of the old pump, which is a dangerous position to be in, because if I have a flat tire, I can't just pump it up. Do you know, I think I'm almost finished the A. There's only this bit to do there and then coming up round there. I think this is just a case of cracking on with it. It soon gets done, doesn't it? I'm really surprised that these tweezers are picking these drills up, because there isn't, if you look right at the base, if you can get some focus, there isn't a lot of space there, and if you don't quite get it in, actually these, yeah, you see it just slips off the top. But yeah, if you get it around the base, it does actually pick them up. I'm surprised there. Right, let's do some. Right, push down with finger or pen. You mean like that? I have been doing that on some of them. I don't know why. Or point if tweezers. You mean like that? That would work, wouldn't it? Or like that. Surprising how pinpointy you can get with these tweezers, like, because these are round, you'd think if you got it slightly off center it would just fly off, but it's absolutely fine. Right, or point of tweezers. Awesome. I have a couple of pens already converted. Are you left or right? I am right-handed. Right. I gave pens a go when I first started almost 6 years ago when I tried the wax pencil. I didn't get on with the wax pencil. It is a very good pickup stick, and if I was doing, say, for example, model aircraft photo etch pieces, absolutely amazing, but picking up drills with them, I found I really didn't get on with it. And that's really how I discovered these pens, which I now can't find. This is my favourite. This is the pick-me-up pen. This is the other one. But yeah, I do think that is the best. But these aren't as good for photo etch, because obviously the reason these are so good for diamond painting is because if you look at it from that angle, there is just like with the wax pens, there is no sticky stuff protruding past the furthest point. So you really need to be picking up things that have got a shape to it, like these, that you can see at the top of the drill is inside the pen. And that's why these work as far as I'm concerned. Now the wax pencils, whatever you want to call them, they look exactly the same as pen. This is a pencil, by the way, not a pickup one. But obviously, where that lead is, that's now some kind of waxy stuff. So you can precisely pick up. Do you know what? I did not believe that was going to happen. I bet lightning don't strike twice, does it? Oh, wow. I just picked a drill up with a pencil. Didn't ever know that could happen. Wouldn't recommend it. But obviously, so if you're picking up things like small pieces of square metal, that's perfect. Whereas this isn't so precise. But picking up the drills with a pencil like that, it didn't work for me either. Right, Muppet, use pens for ages. I always struggle with a gum supply to try tweezers. That is a real big plus. I don't want to do it on hair, but you know when you're drilling, so you get in this rhythm like this, and then all of a sudden you go or you miss or whatever. So now you've got no drill on there. So then you hit the actual sticky on there with no drill on. Next thing you know, you've got you got kind of mozzarella cheese effect with the blue tack, and you've got this big lump of blue tack on your diamond painting. I think Mrs. Coffee refers to that as ghost drilling, and it is frustrating. Now, if I was actually so quick with tweezers that I missed and went like that, there's nothing on there, so it's not going to do anything to the diamond painting. But there is definitely a learning. Although, was there a learning curve with the pens? You know, has it been so long that I can't remember if there was any kind of learning curve? I don't know. I can't remember. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. I do prefer working with this way round, though. So coming in, working across the lines. So, but yeah. But yeah, I'm not gonna knock the tweezers because I don't think I've been using them long enough. My mum had an operation for trigger finger, but it hasn't worked. Now, it don't always work. The one I'm doing now, just 8 pictures. Right, so it's 8 pictures. So it's kind of one diamond painting, one tribute to him, is it? Sent you a picture of the current one I'm doing. Yeah. So Laura, that's all one canvas. This is the link that was promised. Oh, no way! No way! So Smith's Beads now do these storage drawers and flip lid pots. Now, I would be really interested in seeing more of these pictures because these look like the exact same ones that I've got. And I'm going to do a price comparison, but in my head. Because I am raw now. Don't you hate when you get something? I think they're the same ones, you know. Well, do they interlink? Right, 1 drawer, 2 drawers. I'm raw now. Because yours are cheaper. So, guys, these are brilliant. I'm trying to find, I want that. Right, so I have just recently set my drawers up there. And as I said, they're not really expensive, but they're not cheap. No, the ones I got were $7.35. I'd really be interested in doing a comparison because mine were advertised as 35 drawers, 35 Tic Tac containers. But when I got them, let me find 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so when I got mine, let me take these out. Can you see you've got these little runners in them? And the Tic Tacs were shoved in there like that. And where the runners were, you can see they're in there really stiff. Now, these ones at the front are really easy to get in and out. These ones are really hard because of where the runners are. But there's only 4 runners. So what I've done is I've took 1 row out and then put this little piece of card in. Now, if if Smiths have actually got these runners in the right places, then their deal is a lot better than what I've got. And now I want to send all of my Amazon ones back and buy Smith's beads ones, but I've had these too long. But yeah, I'm really, that is a product I will highly recommend. That has just, yeah, I love my drawers. I've only had them recently, but they are what I used to have these, and these are excellent, and these are real low budget, and you can see I've labeled every single one, but I need 7 of these to get one of every color in, whereas that is a nice, neat, stackable. What I'm actually in the process of doing is I'm going to move this across a bit so I can get another row in, and then I can get all my ABs in there as well. But yeah, I've got a feeling that these are different than the ones I've got, probably better than the ones I've got, mainly because of those gaps, but it's advertising them as 35 tubs per drawer, and these were 35, but because of that little runner, I mean, I could get a Dremel or something and just remove it, but I've done it this way, so I'm only getting 28 per drawer now as a result. But if you can spare the cash, I would recommend that, and you will need 16 to get one of every color in. So let me go back to this. So to get 16, you're going to need, it's going to be about 120 quid. Well, you're 120 quid for 18 of them. But what I really like is the way they interlock. They've got, let me have a look. I can't get that any bigger, or can I? Yeah, lovely. Right, so you'll see along the top and down the sides, they've got ridges, and on the bottom of, basically the bottom of that is like a negative of the top, and the side is a negative of the opposite side. So you slide them all in. So if I show you, I'm not going to pull them all apart, but if you look at these are all, you can see the whole unit moves as one because they're all interlocked. They are absolutely brilliant. I can't recommend them enough. But like I say, it's just the cost. So can you give us a discount code, Mike? Right. Laura, it's my 40th birthday in December, and people are trying to help me get my trial picture and Captain Jack Sparrow seen by him. Well, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Laura, sorry I chat. Trust me, this is a little chat show. If you chat, is it absolutely impossible? Where's Tasha's? Something's just cropped up, so she's disappeared. So I've just, rather than have a blank, in fact, actually she's left the stream as well. So yeah, I just sort of pulled her off so that we're not seeing nothing. Laura Robson, I'm thinking same. She having some issues at the moment. She's trying to come back as soon as possible. Well, we hope she does, but obviously, yeah. Do you know what, Laura? I will. I want to try them out. Would you be willing to sell them? Obviously, if you're doing some work and they're useful for people, then I'll quite happily do my little bit, but I'll certainly give them a look. Art Dot, is Art Dot the Is that the storage system? Oh God, I made my screen really big. Do you know, I think that's, yes. I think they are the same as mine then. Let me find, I'm pretty sure it said Art Dot. Let me have a look. My orders, sorry, bear with me. Ah, now, mine are made by Shinyo, but I'm guessing they're the same things. Oh, the other thing about those as well, they've got holes in the back, so you can screw them to the wall. So that's another thing as well. We have just sent some of them out to Tasha. Right, I really would love to do a comparison with her. Right, so penny 15 till the end of the month. Good, so I can still put that on there. Right, so I've changed my banner. I haven't been showing my banner because I wasn't sure if it was still whatever it was, if it's still valid. So these containers, if you like the look of them, guys, as I say, they're a little bit, it's not the cheapest storage system, but they are very, very good. And now I'm, you know, you enter penny 15 at checkout, you're going to get 15% off. So that's going to make it a lot cheaper. So I personally would recommend going out and getting 18 of them and then use them. And then, of course, you know, when you're using them in conjunction with, I lost my cursor now. Where's my cursor gone? Right, when you're using these as well, because what I do, I set them up so you have one of every colour. Now, you notice that I've got some gaps here, and that's because when I kit up, let's use this for an example, 3, 7, 3, 7, 1, right. So that's what it'll look like normally. So if I need that, I'll take that out, I'll replace it with a blank one, and then I've got all the ones that I actually need out. And then I've got these all stored nicely. I'm not going to lose any drills. It's all nice. But the only trouble is Smith Speeds has got me into ABs. So now I want to buy more for me ABs. But I really wish I'd seen these before I saw them on Amazon. I'm a little bit gutted by that. But right, but yeah, so now we've got a discount code. So that, see, if I'd have found them, and I mean I've already used that discount code, by the way. It's a one only discount code, and I have already used it myself. So, but yeah, if I'd have known that, I would have bought the lot earlier. Having said that, I bought a few of them because I wasn't sure if it was going to work. Because I haven't seen anyone else using them, and I bought a few. They were brilliant, so I bought some more. So yeah, Art Dot Story. So I've got a Chinese imitation version. So yeah, I would be interested to know, have yours got that little bit there in them, or are they proper? Because if they didn't have that bit in the middle, you would get 35 in there easily. I just think that where they overlap there, they're in a little bit tight, and it's going to cause a lot of frustration. I've just spotted that. That's nice, isn't it? Sorry, that colour caught my eye. I spent that much effort kitting up. I didn't actually have a look and appreciate the colours. Law Robson, I might actually as a lot use them. As far as I know. Yeah, listen, if you found something that's pretty good and you're prepared to put a bit of work in, then yeah, make a couple of quid off them. You know, I've thought about doing little things, but to be honest with you, when you get started, I mean, initially you can't give up your full-time job, can you? You know, or I'm going to give up my job that pays me quite a lot of money in favor of a new job, a new venture that's probably going to make me a $5 a week to start with. And over time, I'll build it into a thriving, if I'm lucky enough to build it into a thriving business. It's just going from something to nothing and then building it up. If I was unemployed, for example, I'd jump in there because you got nothing to lose, have you? But I couldn't do it. And the trouble is, I think we need more British Etsy sellers. I see a lot of American ones, and the postage just cripples it for me. You know, I see stuff and I think, oh, that's really nice, and that's only a $5, and then they want like 30 quid delivery. And I know they're cheap, they're charging as cheap delivery as they can, but you know, do you want to spend 35 quid on a £5 item? No matter how good it is, I'm not spending that money. And I used to be one of those hung up on. Mike's actually changed my mind on postage. It's like a meme that I saw on Facebook, and it says, I'm making the prices up, but £15 free delivery. Yeah, I'm having that. And then the other item, £10 plus £5 postage. No, I'm not having that. No. And yet it is the same, isn't it? But yeah, right. So Smithsby says they should interlock. That's great fun. Oh, what we got here? Oh, yeah, saw that. That is worth showing again. Right, let's stop screen, present, share screen. So this is what Laura's got so far. Let's see if I can enlarge that a bit. No. Oh, I was doing that. Enlarge it. Let's see if I can open in a new tab. Oh, that's very big. That is very big. That's huge. There we go. That's better size, isn't it? That's really nice. So how many colours is that? Oh, do you know she's hidden a Pepsi Max this time? Yeah, I like that. Really do like that. Right, I'm off for tonight. Starting to feel a little of X, and I will do that video. No problems. Take your time. Don't rush yourself into stuff. And take care of yourself. And thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. I know I say that over and over, but I do mean it. You know, I'm happy to. I'd rather do a stream for one person that enjoys my stream than doing it for 1,000 people that just something to do with it. So if one person's getting something out of my stream, then I'm happy. Oh, this is exciting. Smith Speeds has sent me a video. Right. So video, here we go. We've got yeah, right. So trying to work out if that's Mike's video or Teresa's, sorry, Mike's hands or Teresa's, but right. So this is the video that Mike just sent. So yeah, let's see, you got that little ridge there, and that's the bit that bothers me. So I personally would call that a 28 drawer storage because of that. But saying that, let me have a look at that again. Wow. I'm sickened. I am really sickened because what I've got from Amazon, I could have got better from Smith's. I'm gutted. Absolutely annoyed. So, never mind. That's how it goes, isn't it? You win some, you lose some. So, but I would definitely recommend those. So imagine how much more storage I could have. I'm going to have to flip this upside down and I'm going to have to use some cover paper as well. Always double check this, guys. Always check it. Like I say, I've never stuck this on the wrong way round, but I've been told what happens if I do. So I am nearly finished with the A's, and I can see that I've got more than enough. I'm doing my usual panic that I haven't got enough drills, and all along I've got plenty. So I'm not making half as much progress as I thought I was going to, I hope to, but to be honest with you, I would rather there's a ton of chat that I'm responding to slowing me down than no chat at all, because I do like you guys to interact with the stream as well. It's your stream as well as it is mine. So yeah, guys, so I've got that promo code on the bottom. Use it. They're prepared to give you a bit of money off. Then I think it'd be rude not to use it. And if you got the money, buy enough storage that you can... Oh, bugger! No! Oh, no. I'm just going to pick all of them off. Oh, that was all of them. Right. So how many people were sitting there a minute ago going, no, don't put your boat on the diamond painting, you're just asking for trouble. Lesson learned. Right, anyway, what was I doing just before I spilt these everywhere? Right, okay. So, yeah, I would, that storage is, I can't praise it enough right now. I mean, obviously, you got to go with your own budget. I'm not asking you to spend money you haven't got. I know what I was doing. These were coming out a little bit out of the line. I just wanted to squish them in a bit. I think I'd got one or two just slightly out, and then that was having a knock-on effect as I went along. So, oh, here's one there, look. Yeah, no, I do like that storage. And what's also nice, this is a bit of a stupid reason, but if you look at the fronts, because it's see-through, I've got all those pretty colours to look at. I know that's a really stupid one. Right, so Mike has just said, for anyone who has used the 15%, they can still use a 10% code 10new. So I think that promo's been running for ages, isn't it? So let me do a bit of, can I edit that? Right, let me just edit that banner for a bit. I want only the code 10 new. It's 10 new, isn't it? 10 new can be used any to gain a 10% discount. Hopefully that won't make it too big. To receive a once only 15% discount on your order. The to go 10 new can also be used anytime to gain a 10% discount. So I think that's extremely generous. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, so I've got my storage now, so it's a bit late for me, but save yourselves, guys. I really wish there was a way I could send mine back. I would send them all back and use Miss B's, because it's that little runner inside. On mine, it's a lot bigger. I mean, like I say, I could grind it away with a Dremel, but it's just going to look awful on the sides, isn't it? But the fact that you can get all 35 containers in on Smith's Beads one, I won't sleep tonight now. Right, I'm now at the point where I'm wondering if these A's will ever finish. Every time I look, there's some more of them somewhere. And I know that when I've done them all, I'll work on another colour and suddenly I'll find some that I've missed. Don't like that. I think I've screwed up a bit there. That's better, isn't it? Still, that's the advantage of using the tweezers. They're not stuck down so hard, so they can be adjusted. So yeah, guys, if you ever don't get stuck in your own way of doing things, give everything else a try. I was ready to poo-poo these tweezer ideas. Do you know what? I think I've just done them all. Can anyone see an A that I can't see? Oh, that's good. It's not symmetrical. It's not quite the same. I think that is all the A's done. Lovely job. Right, so let's find the bag. I'm not going to throw these away because you know I'm going to find a couple that I missed out earlier. Oops, I missed the bag. Thought that did. Right. Are you just about to send me another video, Mark? Mark's just sent me a message saying just a little video of how fiddly it is, and there's no video. But I think it's because videos take a bit longer to send, don't they? Whereas text is like instant. Right, what shall we do next? What shall we do next? Let's do 9s. Means I've got to cut these back. Oh, maybe not yet. Yeah, it means I've got to cut these bags out. But that's going to do a little bit of coverage in the middle then. Just going to cut the corners off. I'm tipping them all into a bow. Oh God, there's a lot in there, isn't there? Mind you, they've all got to get done sometimes. Right. Let's have a look at this. Oh, right, guys, we have got a 1 minute 13 second video. So I'm going to play this video and quickly run and have a coffee, make a coffee if you guys don't mind. So I'll just say, Chris says, love that looks fantastic, Penny. Love the colours. Right, so let's have a look at this. Oh, I'll cut the sound because I can see he's been recording it while watching the. Yeah, that's. Oh, so you're sticking that to the card then? So are you then cutting the card out afterwards? I'll see what happens. See, you've got to get that cut exactly the right length. So what's that you're using there then? I presume that's just sort of wiping away the excess glue. Just going to play that last bit again. So presumably what you've done before we've seen that video, you've obviously had to cut the match to the exact length. So you've measured that match out, then you've cut it. Presumably you've done a dry fit, then you've applied the glue. Oh, I'm seeing that paper is shiny. So that's not, you're not sticking it to the paper. I'm just going to, do you mind if I play it again? So before we even get to this point, you've measured, you've cut, I'm presuming you're dry fitting, because that's always the golden rule, isn't it? Dry fit, dry fit, dry fit. So you've now applied a little bit of glue, just enough to stick it to each side of the frame. Yeah. Because if you were sticking the matchsticks to the paper, you would be applying glue all along. So now you're sticking that in. Yeah. And that's a nice tight fit. You've obviously measured and test fitted that. And now you're wiping away. Oh, I see. You're getting that into position as well as wiping away the excess glue. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I'm not going to say, I can imagine a lot of people would be saying to you, oh, wouldn't have the patience to do that. I'm not going to say that because we all diamond paint, and that requires a certain amount of patience anyway. But that has got to be well worth the effort, isn't it? You know, you see people that have made things out of matchsticks or whatever. Did you ever see the guy, he was on telly and he'd made all these all these Royal Navy ships out of matchsticks? He'd been doing it for like 60 years or so. And but he didn't have these pre-drawn acetate sheets to help him. He did all of that himself. So now it's on to acetate sheets. So glue follows pattern. Couldn't read. No, it's fine. I mean, I could see that you've obviously, I can see from the way that it fitted, you've measured all of that beforehand. There's no way, unless all the matchsticks were cut when you bought them, which I know they wouldn't be. Cool, that ain't much of a different shade there. That's not a lot of different. Whoops. Just pop these in. There we go. I don't know if you can see that. There's a little bit of difference, but not too much. This is all shades of brown by the looks of it. But the interesting shades of brown. I really like this. Really like it. but I need release paper. It's my hand sticking everywhere. Let's put a bit down. Want to go down more. See, as I fill more of it in, there's less that the release paper is going to stick. Oh, yeah, I did. This tweezers aren't quite so enjoyable now. Although saying that, it's work and buy. See, that's two new ways of doing this. I like to work little square at a time, and I'm not enjoying doing all one color as much. So I'm doing. Oh, excuse me, I really need a haircut. My fringe has grown out so much it's touching my nose, and it's really annoying. I've just not been able to get to the hairdressers. I was going to go this morning. I like to get down to the hairdressers at before 8:30. She opens any time between 8:30 and 9, and I hate queuing. She does a no appointment system, and I really hate queuing and waiting. You know, when you walk into the hairdressers and you wait your turn, and you could be 10 minutes, you could be 3 hours, and I hate that. I especially like people sitting there looking at you and judging you, and ugh. So I like to be the first one in the shop that day, and if I can't get in right at the beginning, I won't bother. And I was thinking, because of the time I finished this morning, I thought, I know, I'll go straight to the hairdressers from work. And I was a bit late this morning coming in, and then there's someone I hadn't seen for a while, so I had a bit of a chit chat with them. And then, of course, I caught all the rush hour traffic, and there was an accident on the M8 right where the roadworks were, and it's pretty much made the entire the area of Greater Glasgow chock-a-block. Sorry, Natasha, we don't want you anymore. We just don't need you anymore. You spent so long away that we just don't need you. How are you?
Yeah, that's all I can say right now.
It's all right. I've not gone into any details. Someone did ask for you, which just proves you missed. But yeah, I'm sure I'll get it all later on, won't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So right, so let me get. Oh, do you know what? You've got to see this. I'm going to show everyone it just for the benefit of Natasha. So you know this. I'm going to hit the full screen. You know this lovely drawer system here that I've got. Well, you already know.
Yep.
Speeds only go and do it now, don't they?
Yep.
And theirs is better than the one that I've bought. And cheaper. And if you use the discount code, it's even cheaper still. So I'd like to come out with some crap like, well, I try them out, so you don't need to. So I am a bit gutted, but to be honest with, well, let's put it this way, guys. What I've got for mine, the price I paid, I don't really regret paying it. I don't regret anything.
Yeah.
So the fact that you guys can get it a little bit cheaper with a discount code, and you can store more in each drawer, means that you're going to get an even better value than me. So that's fine. I'm happy with that. So, and of course, you don't need to use them for drills.
No.
It's anything that you can store in a Tic Tac container. You can use that for it. So, for example, I mean, it is expensive for that. But if you could, for example, use it for, I don't know, small part work screws. Do we know anyone that does part works that need to store their screws, Chris? Do we know anyone like that maybe doesn't store their parts very well and they end up losing them? So we also, you've missed a video, you got to see this. This is amazing. This is Mark's process of doing, excuse me, of his Eiffel Tower. And it's really interesting. This will now be the third time I've seen it, and it's as much as interesting as it was the first time.
It is, isn't it? You know, when it's, you know, something, it's probably complicated for my brain to do, but it's still interesting to watch someone else do it.
Mark, disagree with me if you want. You see that what he's doing there, he's doing one simple piece.
Yeah.
And then that's go like you see, he's just dealing with one beam, one matchstick at a time. That's all he's doing. One matchstick, one matchstick, one matchstick. Then he's bringing those two bits together, and that's forming a more complicated. If you break everything down into small, you know, I've given you my orange analogy, haven't I?
Yeah.
You can't eat an orange in one bit. You have to peel it, and then you have to break the segments apart, and then you eat it one segment at a time. And that's the only way to eat an orange. Or stick it in a blender and zap the crap out of it and drink it. But that's another story. And you see that's what Mark's done. One little beam. And I think Mark would agree it's probably easier than it looked. The whole, when he's done it, it's going to look a lot more complicated than it actually was. But Mark will probably, because he's made it, he'll probably look at it and see how he'll see it as the separate components that are put together. What is it they say? The sum of the parts is greater than the whole. I don't know what it is. You know how the saying goes, don't you?
Yeah, I know what you.
Sum of the parts is greater than something or another. But I love it. I can obviously I said to him, like, you know, I can see that before that video started, he's had to measure and he's had to cut. You know, one thing you can do is you can cut the matchstick and it's a little bit too long, so you then just trim a little bit off until it's the correct size. But if you do that too often, you've got too much wastage, and then you could end up running out of matchsticks, so you've probably got to buy more. Obviously, wastage equals money.
Yeah.
Now, if you waste a little bit, that's all right. But if he's cutting all of those matchsticks too long and having to trim them down, you know, he could end up spending a lot more money on matches. So those cuts have got to be as precise as you can get them. So you got to work out a system of measuring and transferring that measurement onto the matchstick. I mean, matches aren't hugely expensive, but doesn't mean you can go out and waste them.
No.
Especially in today's society. So, but yeah, now I can watch that. How many times have I just played that?
No idea.
But yeah, no, really interesting. In fact, I'm kind of half considering doing matchsticks now. Right. So where are we? Send me a video for anyone. So just reminding anyone that we have the discount code, whatever it is, to get a 15% discount. But you can still use the discount 10 new, and that will give you 10% off. So, right, this looks fantastic, Penny. I love the colours. Oh, this bit I was already done, yeah. Tasha's on the way back. Natasha!
Mike!
Sorry, Penny. Yeah, no shouting on my stream, please. Don't raise your voice. Nice to see Natasha back on. See, you are loved.
Thank you, Chris.
Despite everything you say, Natasha, you are loved. And I've forgotten what number I'm doing. 9. See, too busy yakking, forgot what I'm trying to do. Right, show your drawers now, Penny. Yeah, I think everyone's just seen my drawers. What I meant. Me. Oh, show me your drawers. Yeah. Now, how do those 3D jigsaw puzzles work? That's quite interesting sounding. Because I've seen the globe, but I know they do other ones. Is it the one where you've got the layers that go on top of each other?
Oh yeah, I think there could be multiple ways, isn't it?
Right, Mark fit. It's hard, and I've modified as some bits too small for me to fit with my chubby fingers. Is that not what tweezers are for? And you are. We can see that you are an expert on tweezers, far better than I am. I can't even control this drill. So now, look, if you can do drills with tweezers, I'm pretty sure you can do matchsticks. I don't know. No, I'm not going to tell you how to do matchsticks because I haven't done anything with matchsticks for I was a kid. And I remember that when I'd completed this bit, my friend had said, oh, right, yeah, okay, what you need to do now, you need to sand all of that down until it's flat. And I ended up taking half of it down, which then meant I had to put another layer of matchsticks over the top and then take half of that down. So that you end up with the same thickness that you originally started off with, but it's all nice and smooth. And that was the bit I must admit, I do have patience. I know I have patience. But one area I don't have so much patience for is sanding. I get bored of sanding, and then no. So I can do the matchstick models, but they're going to be rough at the end because I can't be asked to sand them. So it's funny that it's what you have the stuff I do, and I know I need patience for it, and there's a lot of people out there that don't have the patience. And then you'd think something like sanding it down. And yet when I had a motorbike, I bought an engine because I managed to blow my engine up. Probably would have helped if I'd put oil and water in it and check that more frequently. Anyway, I blew this engine up, so I had to buy a new engine. Got a nice second-hand engine, but it was just full of crud. And I sanded it all off, and then I went down. Have you ever done metal polishing with sandpaper? No. So what you do is you sand the whole bit of metal down. Then you sand it off again using a finer grit.
Right.
And then you go over it again with an even finer grit. And you go down about 6 or 7 grades of sandpaper, and you have to go gradually. Because if you step too much, where you've got the scratches from the previous grade of sandpaper, you can't file those out. You can't sand those out. And what happens is you end up using a grade of sandpaper so fine that you actually polish it. And yet, for some reason, I had the patience to do that. Who the hell is ringing me at this time? Sorry, bear with me a sec, guys.
I'm so sorry for.
Sorry about that, guys.
It's alright. I'm just checking on the boys and girls, and I've
Oh.
stopped doing this, but I've had to start doing it again tonight.
What? Stop checking on the boys
And the girls, yeah. But I've just had to go check on them. They seem okay.
Good. Do you put a blanket over their basket? I think I've asked you this before, haven't I? When I say basket, I mean cage.
Let me turn their night light a bit brighter.
No, don't start them for us.
I'm already in here.
Well, I'm not hearing them so far. I'm going to be really quiet. Be quiet, guys. Don't wake up the budgies.
Can't really see them.
No, that's all right. We don't mind.
Hey, clever girls. You okay now?
Shh, you wake them up. Oh, I'm doing off camera.
I literally stopped checking on them. I got to the point I was able to stop checking on them, but now I've had to check on them tonight. Because all I can hear is crash, crash, crash in the cage.
All right.
So, they've settled down again now, which is good. So, but yeah, they're always covered. But one side's always uncovered for them, with a night light on for them.
Bless.
So, you can't really see them in that light.
You are a good budgie mum, aren't you?
I try my best. That's all I can do.
I keep saying I don't really get it with budgies myself, but that's why I don't keep them.
True, I'd never had budgies before last year. It's been nearly a year since I've had the two girls.
Yeah.
And obviously a flat, you can't have dogs or cats or anything like that. So
yeah,
I thought try a budgie out, you know.
Yeah. So
something different.
I have a bit of news. I might or might not be looking after a dog next week.
Oh, nice.
So a girl from work, I think she's going away on holiday, and she put on her Facebook wall, can anyone look after a dog? And she's like, oh, well, I'll pay. And so I posted, I said, well, I'll do it for free. I'm on holiday next week. The only thing is, she wants them looked after. She wants the dog looked after. I think it's about 10 days, and I can only do it for 7.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I'm working the week after when I come back. I don't really want to leave the dog for 2 days to fend for itself. But I've already met the dog before. She's brought it into work once. He's absolutely amazing, lovely temperament. And he just wants to be loved and meet people. And I'm like, yes, I can accommodate that. No problems at all.
Making a coffee, hope you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Can I have one?
Yeah. What do you want? I've got vanilla latte and all sorts.
Oh, vanilla latte sounds like you're just spoiling yourself there, aren't you, with vanilla latte?
Yeah, I've got to need one now. Plenty of sugar in it.
Mind you, I do have, I did get myself some, is it caramel lattes?
I tried that, but I found it too sweet for me.
See, there's no such thing as too sweet for me.
Or I tried a toffee nut one as well, but I find that a little bit sickly.
Okay.
But that might be a new one for you to try. It's nice, but I found it too sickly.
No, well, I got them because they're really handy for the hotel. You just chuck them in a mug, boil some water, and away they go.
Yeah.
But they're not. I don't find them so ideal for first thing in the morning coffee.
No.
They just don't seem to have that wake up juice power.
No. I have it. Mine's usually at one or two a day, but it's got to be from like lunchtime onwards.
I think it's more of a enjoy the flavour time of day, sort of middle of the afternoon when power of coffee isn't so much, or maybe even in the evening. I'm one of these weirdos who can drink coffee before they go to bed.
Oh, that's me then. That's why I'm having one.
I'm like,
myself.
You go up to bed, darling. I'll just have an espresso before I come up. Oh, this is just looking so good with every drill I put on. I really like this colour. It's when I put the first couple of drills on, I'm like, well, it's very similar to the previous colour, but it's the more I put on, you can see it's totally different.
Yeah.
That's really nice, isn't it? So, right, who we got? So, Mark, that looks awesome so far. That's about the Eiffel Tower. It really does look awesome, yeah. You said screws and posts, so oh, right, of course, yes. Yeah, I remember now, yeah. So when I said, oh, I don't suppose you know anyone that needs somewhere to put their screws. Right, Mark Fit, not with matchsticks. I lose temper when I misfit and throw toys from pram. We all get like that, though, don't we? I'm particularly bad with, you know, when you're doing something and you're progressing along, and you know it's just ever so simple. It's bog standard stuff, and then all of a sudden you just have this moment where you can't do it, and you're like, why can't I do this? It's so simple. And it's just, you know, how it goes, isn't it? I've had that with that's the wrong color. That is being accidentally picked off. You know, when I just dropped all those drills, you weren't.
No, I weren't here.
I dropped the boat on the drills.
Oh God!
Picked off. No, I think that's a number 1. No, it's a number 8. So somewhere there's a no, that can't be right. What? No, it's number 1. So somewhere there's a number 1. Or is it that number 2? Did I get number 2? There. No, that's a number 2. Look at that. Look. There's a single number 2 I've missed. And it's there. But it's not this one. This is a black one. And the black one is number 1. Or is it? Yeah. So somewhere there's a number 1, or that has come out of the number 2 bag, which is possible. Number 1 to number 2. Do you know what? I know I've got spares. I'm really not going to fret about it.
I wouldn't.
Why am I getting hung up on a single drill?
We all do it. I do it.
Yeah.
Did at the beginning.
What? Well, you know me, I mean, that last one I did, I thought, oh no, there's rather a lot of these. Is it the number 9s? What was I doing? Yeah, the A's. Was it the A's I've just been doing, guys? I can't remember.
I don't know
I thought I was going to run out of drills, and then that's how many drills I got left. I was never going to run out, was I?
No.
But I'm like that for every single colour. I've just picked these in the boat and I've gone, there's loads in there. And then I know as I get towards the end, I'm going to be like, oh, there's rather a lot of 9s. Am I actually going to have enough? Looking at this, I think I might be doing the 7s next. That's going to finish that. But that number 2, see, there's always one I miss out. So I'm getting used to these tweezers. I'm actually every now and again finding a bit of a rhythm. But I'll be honest with you guys, I will be going back to my pen, especially when you guys aren't looking. But there is definite advantages to using these. Whoops. And there's one of the disadvantages. If you don't keep your fingers on the tweezers, it goes flying off. Also, I don't have bad dexterity in my hands. I can see that if you've got finger issues, it could be a problem. But then I can see if you've got certain issues, pen would be a problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, true.
So you're going to lose somehow, aren't you, and win in others?
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, no, fair enough. Full kudos to people that do this all the time. But it's not that awkward, is it? It's just getting used to it. So that phone call I got, that was from one of my managers ringing in a non-managerial capacity, just making sure I've got enough tobacco from holiday, which I thought was very nice of him. And I said to him, I have enough for about 4 pouches left over. And he said, really, how much? I said, well, yeah, I normally smoke a pouch a week, but when I'm doing Flixbus, I don't get a chance to smoke much. So I'm probably using about half a pouch a week, which I'm told even a pouch a week is not a lot to some people. I know people that smoke 2 pouches a week.
No, I'm not 2 a week. I'm 1.
Oh, I am 1. If I was, well, see, I try to smoke less in the house. I am technically living in a non-smoking house because I remember saying to the landlord, well, I don't think the landlord really minds so much. He's been round a couple of times. He must be able to smell it. So he obviously doesn't have a major problem. But I did say to him when I moved in, I went, ooh, balcony. And I keep trying to get that balcony area clear. And I really would. I would like to have a rule that you do not smoke in the house. There's a balcony there. To use the balcony. But you see, the trouble is, my lovely, lovely lodger, he's not objectional enough to object to it.
Yeah.
You know, if he was one of these, oh, I hate the smell of tobacco, oh, get over there and smoke it, I'll be like, okay, right, I'll go and smoke outside because I don't want my lodger shouting at me. So, get out there and smoke, or I'll not pay you any rent. I'm like, okay, fair enough then. Oh, now its dynamics are changing. Now that these drills are starting to link up with other drills of the same color, it's starting to form, starting to get really nice.
They do.
See there, look. It's only a little change in color, but it's just enough to add a bit of depth.
Yep. That's what I noticed with it.
Yeah. Oh, you've already done this as well, have you?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like the last person in the world to do this one.
Probably not the last person. There's probably someone that hasn't done it.
Well, it might be one. And her name is Penny. That's probably why it's been reduced to Claire, because there's not much stocks left, because everyone's done it before me. I just love the way I'm like, oh yeah, look at this. Yeah, I want to show you guys this. And yeah, everyone's like, yeah, done it. It's really nice, actually.
Even though some of the colours were similar, you can still see the difference in it.
Yes. So I've noticed that the difference between this one and the last colour isn't that much. It's not like a million shades, it's just a slightly lighter shade of light brown. But it really is making a difference. Just that depth is coming in now. So this is kind of like the Chinese sequel to that movie. It's 50 Shades of Brown. It's the pirate version. Oh, someone's gone ding on me. We know who that is. Should we guess who that is?
Mike.
It can only be one of three people. And one of them I'm talking to on stream, so no, it's not you. The other one would be Mark showing me some more of his matchsticking Eiffel Tower, but I got a feeling it's not him. So that leaves only Mike.
Mike.
So let's have a look. We might be wrong.
Yep.
I mean, it could be an old work colleague of mine showing me pornographic images.
Who knows?
Oh, it's actually Mark. Oh, and it's now, and Mike's just messaged me to say it wasn't him messaging me. Right, so Caitlin. Hi, Caitlin. How are you?
Hello.
Chris says hi, Caitlin. Caitlin says hi, Chris. Dad said, how are your drawers? My drawers are lovely. Nice and clean and tidy and keeping the drills all in place. You're doing well with this. How are your birds, Tasha?
They're okay. Bit frightened.
So what are they frightened of?
Tell you after the stream.
Okay then. That can mean only one thing. Well, it can mean a lot of things. But I'm guessing it's a change of routine for them, is it? You know, like, sorry, let me rephrase that. A change of normality.
Yes.
You know, like, say you go to bed and you never any noises outside.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden one day you get this drunk idiot having a row with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Then it kind of unsettles you a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by change of normality.
Yes.
Because I'm the kind of person that certain noises outside don't bother me because it's normal. All of a sudden, I mean, I could have a trumpet player practicing every night outside my bedroom window and I'll be fine. Now, if someone was standing in my room whispering, shh, be quiet, don't wake Benny. I'll be like,
hear it. Yeah, they're fine. Simba's now eating out of my hand.
oh, lovely.
The little
You've
boy.
got her eating out of the palm of your hand.
Yep. Simba's tried lettuce recently for the first time, and even the other two bigger boys. I tried them with that about a week ago, and the two bigger boys wouldn't touch it, but they finally touched it on, what day are we on now? Wednesday.
See, now I've got a bit
Monday.
of mind today because I'm just imagining you shoving it in the cage and going, go on, touch it. Go on, just touch it. don't have to nibble on it, just touch it.
Holt tried to use it as a perch, and Sonny. But they're mental birds.
See, I didn't know they ate leaves. I thought they just ate seeds.
No, it makes them last longer and health-wise. Gives them the vitamins the seed doesn't have.
Oh, see, I just
But they won't touch fruit, but they'll touch veg.
Okay. That's...
and birds like fruit and veg. But my birds won't touch the fruit, but they'll have the veg.
Right, okay. Because they're not strange like you at all, are they?
Well, I'll eat veg, not fruit, so...
There we go. You pretty much covered it between you.
Yeah, but I do still try him with it. But no, the boys are slowly getting into eating different stuff now.
But you haven't had them that long, though, have you? So
Not the boys. No, I've only had them, what, 4 weeks?
I got the feeling the boys are unsettled because they've been wherever they were before you. And, you know, even if you're the best home in the world and the best cared for, they're still going to be a bit unsettled.
Yeah, they're still not like 100% settled like Mickey and Minnie yet. Because I've had Mickey and Minnie nearly a year next month. So they've settled. And it took them about 6-7 months to settle down.
Yeah, and birds are a bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Skittish?
Yeah,
They do, you know, they really, you have to work hard. I mean, cats, I've had cats that got settled, but they'll settle a bit quicker, won't they?
Yeah. But birds are very fragile and...
Yeah.
Not fragile like...
Fragile in the mind.
Yeah, fragile where it's too new still. But they're settling in, the boys.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be without them now, though.
Do you know what? I'm just thinking it's a match made in heaven. You and these fragile budgies.
Yeah, because they're just like me.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we laugh and joke about it, but yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Mind you, at least you can laugh and joke about it.
I still have a laugh and joke about it. If you don't laugh and joke, you're only going to cry.
Well, this is it. But I think when you know your own strengths and weaknesses, it's easier to cope, isn't it?
Definitely.
Here we go. We've got a da-ding. I think this is the da-ding. Yes, there we go. Right. So this is Mark making things. So last time I put a Mark video on, I thought I'll leave you guys watching the video and I can go and make coffee.
Make coffee then.
But I couldn't keep my eyes off watching the video. Right, this is the bit I've been looking forward to. So he's measuring. Yeah. He's got has he got one of those? Yes, he's got a matchstick cutter. I've seen those. They're well duty. Yeah, give it all. Oh, he's good. He is good. He's doing all the right things. Look, no shortcuts here, because it's just a shortcut to disaster, then, isn't it?
I think it would drive me insane.
No, because if you know what final result you're getting.
True.
Look at that. That's brilliant. I got a feeling I shouldn't have muted it because it looks like he's trying to talk as well. Now, is he happy with that piece? We may never find out. Yeah. See, I'm interpreting that as, yeah, yeah. So he's making a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not the piece he's using. It's actually going to be a guide. Yeah. See, I think what he's done, I'm doing this without the sound. I might have to play that again with the sound. Mark, you really need to put this on YouTube, because this is, I don't know how other people are thinking, but I am really interested in this. And I think a lot of other people would be as well. See the precision. You've got that extra. See, I know a lot of people will just be like, well, I'll just shove it in there. Yeah, so Chris Davis says, I'd love to see this on YouTube. Yeah. Just chilling me out watching it. See, I can you just see the stress just steaming away? Gone. Poof. And he's making every single piece individual to fit. You think, in theory, if he's made that square, all those little supports would be exactly the same length, wouldn't they? Mm. So I'd be tempted to just cut 4 or 5 bits, but one bit might be a tiny. If the matchstick isn't exactly straight, you might need one just ever so slightly longer than another. So you need to make them individual. But it's brilliant. So, right, guys, we need to apply a lot of pressure on Mark. We need a matchstick making YouTube channel. Taking shape, no penny, looking fantastic and interesting. Smith B says hi, trouble. Take after you then, Dad. Oh, good comeback there. My budgies used to eat grapes. See, I did not know that. I thought they were seedy creatures. Dad says, do you need any more drawers? A lady never have enough drawers, does she? Mm-hmm. You a bit. I keep losing the size on the square on the screens. Would love to see this on YouTube. I would. You made a YouTube channel. Please tell me before you make it go public, because I would love to be your very first subscriber. So, and I've lost my place on this because I'm going all over the place. Dunk. Oh, is that an email? Oh no. My notifications keep changing sounds, so I don't know. There used to be a time when I had different sounds for different notifications, and I knew exactly who it was and what it was. And this new phone, I can't figure out how to change the notifications. No, I used to have custom notifications. Right. Now, if it's Blink or Facebook or emails, there's all the same noise. So all I know is something's happening, and I hear a noise, and I'm like, "Oh, lovely!" And it's some junk mail trying to sell me something that I really, or some Nigerian offering me a job. Always the way. Always the way. So I've got a riddle for you, and I know this is going to be right up Mike's street. So, what does a dog do on 3 legs? A man does standing up, and a lady does sitting down. Stumped you, isn't it? Yep. Never did get on with riddles. Did you not? No. I'll see if anybody in the chat knows. I'm sure someone will know. So, Mark and Teresa, when you place these, do you push them down? And when do you press them down? When do you press them? Do you press them after each drill? Because I did notice there were some that were on quite loose. And as I placed one next to it, it then moved it. This is so extreme for me. As I keep saying, I'm a hard presser. And now I'm now placing them very, very lightly. It's gone from one extreme to another.
Probably because you're using tweezers as well.
Well, yeah. But I'm not, I don't know. Do you wait till you do a batch and then press them all down, or?
No,
See,
if I see one not done properly, I will push it down before I put the next lot on.
Right, so I just get a... Oh, Mike's actually got it right. Boo. I wanted him to get it wrong. Right. So let's see what we've got. Right, Mike. Well. Yes, I knew someone would say that. That is not the correct answer. So the correct answer is shake hands. So, yeah, Mike's gone. Although we is correct, it's not the answer. Teresa, yeah, I use a tweezer tip after placing each one. Correct, Dad. That's not correct. See, I don't know. See, I'm thinking that's a wasted action then, isn't it? Let's see if I can find a 9. It's like 2 things you got to do then, whereas the pen will do that all in one. I don't know. I suppose the correct answer there is you'll find your own way of doing it, won't you?
Yeah.
You might want to do the whole lot and then go with them. Right. So I am sorry, guys. I need to take a short break.
No problem.
Would you be objectional to holding up the show?
I won't have no objections.
Lovely. Right. So what I'll do is
I'll do my best.
I'll do 2 in 1. I'll put kettle on, go to my little powder room, and shake hands. Sitting down. I'll be back in a moment.
All right then, no problem. Oh, we'll just shut. No, Mike, you're not allowed to shut up. Mike. You're not allowed to shut up. You're barred. You're barred. Like, literally. I haven't done one of these straight since I got back onto it. Never mind. Never mind. My desk is better for me though. And my chair. First time for everything. I normally do the Gibb slap on Mike. Mike loves his Gibb slaps from me. Don't you, Mike? They're your favourite. And your cup. Teresa with her cap, if she ever needs it. Ping. Ping, ping.
Hello, did I miss anything?
No.
So, remember I said last week when I asked V to pick up some ham for sandwiches the next day?
Yeah.
Well, you'll be pleased to know I've now finally finished the first family pack and I'm just about to start on the other one.
You still got them?
Yeah. Yeah.
They've lasted well then.
Well, they were big packs. They were family packs. Big old family pack of wafer thin ham.
Next time, don't say surprise me.
Well, he certainly did surprise me, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bless him, he's a good lad.
He tried. You can't knock him for it, I guess.
No, I think I'd negotiate myself into a bad deal with him though. Because, well, I was just making an initial inquiry about maybe getting a cleaner in, just, for a couple of hours a week.
Yeah.
Just to get on top of all the stuff that I can't do.
Right.
And I was saying to V about it today. And then he was sort of saying, well, I can do a couple of hours, I don't mind. I said, well, I don't want you to do it for free. And then he sort of said, how much are you paying? And I told him, and then he's gone, oh, so there's this much a month. I'm thinking, well, okay, well, if you want to do it, I'll knock a bit off your rent. Rather than me paying someone else, then you pay less. So I sort of got him down to about 90 quid a month knocked off his rent, which is cheaper than I'd probably pay a cleaner.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, hang on a minute. So I'm going to pay you 90 quid for you to do all the things that is messed up because of what you haven't been doing all month. Like, I need everything pulled off the shelves and all the jars and everything washed down.
Yeah.
And then every week they're going to have to be wiped. Although obviously the simple answer there is for him to not fry everything on a massive fiery furnace. So basically I'm knocking 90 quid a month off his rent for him to do the things that he should be doing anyway. Like cleaning the cooker and mopping the kitchen floor once a week and getting in the hallway. So I'm like, have I robbed myself here?
Right.
So I don't know. I think I've been a bit crazy there, haven't I? Still, if it gets the house nice. But what we've decided we're going to do is, it's all right me saying, oh, I need to get this done and that done. I won't do it. I won't spend a whole day cleaning the house. I'm very lazy and I kind of treasure my spare time.
Right.
So I'll do like an hour or two. But, sometimes I might only get like one day off a week. The rota that I'm on, you work sort of 6 days and then have 2 days off. And then you get the odd bit where you only work 4 days in a week or maybe 5 days in a week. But generally, when I've been working like 6 days straight, I don't really want to be spending 2 days cleaning my house up. So I'm quite happy to sort of, if it's going to cost me about 30 quid, I don't mind getting someone in.
Right.
But really what I'm looking at doing is getting someone to do my share of the housework. So basically paying someone to do his share as well, and then knock the rent off so that he does what he does. Like, but I don't think I mind so much with V. See, I tried that with Chloe.
Right.
So I was going to give her 20 quid a week to do my share of the house chores because I was away in Leicester for 3 weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And I very, very quickly discovered that she was not doing her share, not doing my share, and taking the 20 quid for not doing mine or her share. And I'm like, oh, hang on, this, I don't mind paying if the work gets done. Which is why I ended up, it was really funny though. That time I come home, I cleaned the whole house up and then sellotaped an invoice to her door. Because what I'd do is I'd come home, I'd see the state of the place, I'd throw a few F's into the situation, and then she'd disappear. We'd go and stay around her mates for a few days until I went back to work, because she hates confrontation that much.
Right.
And as I used to say to her, if you don't like confrontation, why not do the things that would avoid a confrontation?
Would
Like,
make sense.
like you're washing up. Instead of leaving every single thing in the kitchen dirty. And that's why I'm not pressing them down till the end. Oh, we're getting there, aren't we?
Slowly but surely wins the race.
It certainly does. It's time to have a bit of a shake. So I know I'm not doing this exactly as the others would, but it's going to be my way of tweezing. Tweezering?
Why not?
Why not? Right. So as I've been looking down on my diamond painting for a bit, I know there's about 58 million comments, isn't there? Because they do that, they wait until I'm not looking. I will just shut up. Although it's not technically correct as a dog shake hands. No, a dog can shake hands standing up. But then I suppose I can do it on 3 legs. It can do, yeah, there we go. I will just shut up. All right. Why he's allowed to shut up first time. Yeah. I was going to make a rude comment when he said about I will just shut up. But I was going to say something along the lines of, hey, we've been trying that for a long time and he's finally got it. That would be overly cruel. And I don't mean it like that. Which, you know what, in all fairness, we are so mean to Mike and he does a lot for everyone, doesn't he?
Yeah, I still Gib slap him, so
yeah, I know.
It's his favourite.
I think you do it so much. I think he'd be worried if you stopped.
Yeah, I think he would.
Yeah.
It's like, where's she gone?
He'll probably moan that you do it, but then if you stop, to be like, this isn't right.
Yeah, he won't feel loved.
Yeah. Yeah. You know how it goes. Sometimes people have to take any attention they can. All right. Mike, I bet you do it on one leg. I can just imagine that now. Going up to someone, raising one leg in the air and shaking the hands. Oh, that coffee's good. To be fair, you didn't tell V what size. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, see, I said sandwiches for tomorrow. And, 58 slices of ham isn't one sandwich for tomorrow, is it? That's like, I'd call that like 20 odd sandwiches. Enough to feed the homeless. Right. Is there any other way to fry other than on a massive fiery furnace? Well, yes, there is. But do you know what? I had bacon for my breakfast the other day, and I normally do my bacon on the. I've got one massive ring, one large ring, and two smaller rings. Obviously, small, medium, large is subjective, but two smallest rings about that big, and then I've got one about that big, and then one about that big. This is probably not accurate, but and I did my bacon on the set. I normally do it on the second ring, and I did it on the large ring the other day, and it was a little bit too high heat. It was spitting a bit, but I had it right low, and it was fine. And I was considering buying one of those splatter guards that you can get for the frying pan, but that doesn't stop the smoke.
No.
So I don't know. I might, because Barbara downstairs, she's lovely, but if there's a complaint, she waits until she sees you the next time. So like I might not see her for 6 months. She'll go, "Oh, has V been cooking? That fire alarm's going off a lot." Really, what she needs to do is come flying up those stairs the second that the fire alarm goes off and goes, "That bloody fire alarm!" And he'll be like, "Oh, I can't cut your eye, Barb. I'll come up and complain." She's only little. She's about half the size, but I bet she can scare him twice as much as I can.
Probably.
Yeah. She's one of those, well, she's a fiery Scottish little lady. And, they say, the ones you always have to, the quiet ones you have to look out for.
Yeah.
She's like that. You think, oh, yeah, Barbara, she's no harm. Until you cross her. And then you realise how harmless she isn't. I think we all know someone like that, though, don't we?
Yeah.
Right. Shaken not stirred, is it, Penny? Yeah. Oh, is that my coffee? Was it? Don't shake my coffee. Did I tell you V didn't realise I had a milk frother. That was my sort of replacement present for me TV last year when I had to have my tyres. So I got myself a little milk froth. I hadn't used it for a while, and V discovered it today, and he's like, "Oh." I said, "It just really makes really good lattes." And he drinks his coffee black with no sugar. And I said, "Oh, do you want me to make you a latte?" And he went, "Oh, yes, please." I didn't realise he'd drink latte. And so I made him this latte because I'd got these coffee pods the other week, Americano strength 9. Because if you're gonna make a coffee and then dilute it big time with milk, you really want stronger coffee. Yeah. Otherwise, you just get hot milk. That's why I got them. And I did make him a black coffee with it, see if he liked it. Thinking if it don't work out with the lattes, then at least the coffee won't get wasted. So I made him this latte, and he went, "Oh, that's better than Costa." I went, "Right, that's £3.50 then." And he goes, he sort of worked it. He said, "How much did they cost?" I said, "I think they're about £4 a box." I think you get, I forget how many you get in, but he worked out about I don't know, so much a cup. And he said, in Costa is £3.25 £3.25 a cup, which don't I bloody know it. Mind you, it depends where you're buying them from.
True.
Well, I tend to get my Costas from machines because that's when I'm out and I'm like, I need a coffee, and the only place I can get it from is a machine. But you can collect the coffee beans. So I buy the cups when there's nowhere else to get coffee from. Although I could get Greg's coffee. And then when I get the free coffees, I get them. I go into Costa and I redeem the beans and get a free one there. It's a little bit I feel a bit naughty because I buy regular coffees from the machines, and you get 1 bean for every purchase. And then I go into Costa and I go, can I have a massive large vanilla latte with all the extras?
Yeah.
And they go, yes, not a problem. The other place I get my coffees from is McDonald's, and as I say, Greg's. When you're on an early start and you're hungry, it's McDonald's breakfast.
True.
Not the best. Although I'll tell you what I did discover that I thought was not too bad. There's a lot of stuff on the McDonald's menu that's been on there for years. And because I'm a bit more of a creature of habit, I buy the stuff I know I like. I did not know they do bacon and cheese flatbreads. And they're £1.50 each. And when I saw them, I thought, well, at £1.50, they're not going to be very big, are they? You know, £1.50. So I bought 2, and that's a struggle to get through 2. Right, I think that is all of those done. That's really coming now, isn't it?
Yeah.
With each additional colour. And I think this cutting the corner off the bag is possibly a genius idea. Except I can't get into the bag now. And licking my fingers has just made them more slippery. So that was pointless, wasn't it? There we go. So the theory is, if I can just shove that little nozzle in there, I'm sure I could have phrased that one better. Look at that. Am I not a genius? So looking at how much I've spent on this and the time, it's either going to have to continue this on another stream or it's going to be a very long stream. Right. So left ear or right ear?
Right.
This one.
Yeah.
Right, zeros it is. I thought if I do that here, it's going to be zeros, and I'm going to do all of that. Otherwise, it's going to be 6, and I'm going to do all of that.
So either way, it was picked.
Well, whichever one you picked, it was going to be 1 ear and half of the body, because 6 is there and all down there, and now it's zeros. And the zeros continue down there, some down there.
It didn't matter which way then.
Well, looking at the size, looking at the size of the bags, I don't think there's a little bit more to do on the zeros, but not a lot in it. So I think, looking at the time, looking at the length of the stream, I think I'm going to call it a day after this one. Unless you want to carry on all night, Natasha.
Well, I haven't managed to do much tonight.
Well, there is a reason for that, though, isn't there?
True.
Right.
But I've got to the other end.
What's that?
I got to the other end.
So where are you up to then with yours? So this is another just slightly off shade of brown.
That's where I'm up to.
Nice, you really cracked on with that. So look at that. Not a lot of difference in the shades. Would be better if I can get a focus. There we go. It's gone out of focus again. I think, there we go. So that really not. Let's get one. Well, let's get the focus. Focus. There's not much difference, is there? For diamond painting this size, they've really got this shading quite subtle, haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh, not really. This is really good value for money, guys. And it's sparkly. You just couldn't go wrong with sparkly, could you?
Got to have a bit of sparkle.
Bit of sparkle in your otherwise dull life. Trying to think what happened in work. I haven't spoken about work, have I? I don't know if you guys are actually interested in my work. I know you're interested in the funny stories, but I don't always get funny stories.
True.
Sometimes it's all doom and gloom. Trip down. Not too bad. We did get in a little bit late, partly due to traffic. Did have a lot going on the M1 on the way. I was really busy going into London. I mean, it's usually busy anyway, but it was really busy.
Right.
More than usual, which I thought was interesting. And then coming out, what we normally do is we have a little look on Google Maps and see which way each route would go. And because of where we come out of London from, it's usually quicker to go up the M1 to Birmingham rather than go across the M25 and up the M40. It's usually about a 20-minute difference. And unusually last night, it was one minute, according to Google Maps, it was 1 minute quicker to go up the M40. And it said that there was some road works and there was going to be so many delays. And in my experience, when Google Maps says, for example, 10-minute delay, you can usually double that. So for a change, we cut across the M40 and come up cut across the M25 and come up the M40. And there was a few bits of roadworks, but the M40 tends to be fairly stable. That M1 is, especially at night, they cut this bit off and that bit. But there was a problem on the M6 just before Manchester, but that whether we'd come up, that was after Birmingham, so it wouldn't have made a difference which way we went. But we're trying to figure out this. There's another way in and out of Manchester,
right,
that avoids the M6, because the guys always say don't go down the M6 in the daytime. It's not as bad at night. But the problem with the M6 is...
get stuck on it like I did. Well,
no, it's always full of courier lorries. The ones delivering to, the articulate lorries.
Yeah.
The ones going to DPD, and because all the major courier companies are based in, they've got big office in Birmingham, haven't they?
Yeah.
Because it's central to the country, so it kind of makes a lot of sense. And then you've got Amazon trucks, a lot of the Kalina lorries. There's various Kalina companies like Great Bear and all sorts, seems to be. But there's so much going in and out of Birmingham. It's a real industrial city, isn't it? And there's just so much going on that nighttime is almost as busy as daytime, especially sort of 3 or 4 in the morning. But can you imagine all those lorries if they were traveling in the daytime on top of all the normal traffic? That would be horrendous, wouldn't it?
True.
They definitely got the right idea by traveling at night.
I do get why a lot of them do it.
It's just easier, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I didn't have the lorry. I didn't have the coach with the cameras that tell you off if you're trying to sleep or anything or smoke. So I wasn't able to make my squinty trick.
Was you being good this time?
Well, I had to be because there was nothing to catch me being bad. So there's no point. Just a waste of effort being naughty, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I was with the lovely Laura. She is lovely, but she's so little. I tell you what it was like. So I always say about how she lifts all this luggage up and she lobs it in. Now I'm weak. I don't mind admitting I'm weak. I'll lift two suitcases up. That's it. I'm done in. And there was one, I think it was Birmingham. This girl, she goes, oh, do you want some help with your luggage? I said, no. I said, she's brilliant at this. You watch. I said, she's superhuman strength. And Laura lifted this bag up, lobbed it in, and this girl, her jaw dropped and her eyes nearly popped out. She went, wow. And this girl was like twice the size of Laura. She was a big girl. Yeah, well, not little girl anyway.
Yeah.
But it was like, I think really, in all fairness, suitcases and that, there's a technique to them. It's not a case of brute strength and pick them up. And it's, but what she seems to do is she tips it onto her knee and kind of lifts it onto her leg. And then kind of, it's really hard to explain, but it's just amazing to watch. And I'm always laughing at her and go, but I say she's like superhuman with the bags, but she actually is. I don't know how she can do it.
Probably been doing it that long. She's gotten used to a little rhythm of it. She's
done a lot. She's done a lot of private hires, so she has got used to it. But I know when I used to I lasted about 2 or 3 days. But I once did a job driver's mate delivering like sofas and big things. And but the advantage we had, because the back of the truck was quite high, it was done in a 7.5 ton. Because the back of the truck was quite high, you push things to the edge of the back of the truck, and then you get out of the truck, and then you come at it from the other side, and then you give a little bend, push it onto your shoulder, and you haven't really got much lifting. You're just not letting it drop because it's already started high beforehand. A lot of lifting is technique more than it is brute strength. But obviously, if you are strong and have the technique, there's big advantage there. Right, here we go. This is nearly done. See what I did there? Here we go. This is nearly done.
Yeah.
That's the air. I like that. So good. I've forgotten what number I'm doing. 0. 0. We have liftoff. Right, I'm going to come down here and do this. Because I've been doing these, the way that this is done, it kind of cuts it all into sections. So this is kind of quite nice. Kind of quite nice. I'm sure I could have phrased that better. And Well, I was just about to say I got a bit of a rhythm with these drills, but I just had a complete disaster trying to pick these ones up.
I do that. Sometimes I have a complete rhythm, then all of a sudden it goes pear-shaped.
Yeah, it happens with a pen as well. I was saying when you disappeared for a bit, I said, oh, it might have been before then, but with the pen, I was, with the other one I was getting really frustrated actually with that other one. Because when you got a lot of confetti and you got 60 colors and you're having to search through all of these symbols, and then you got to find the correct color, and then you just put one drill on, and then you lose a rhythm. It's like, oh. Give me a little bit of work there. I'm having a bit of trouble with the edging because when you've got a bit in the middle, you've got drills to push them up against.
Yeah.
But you see, you got like along the edge, you got a couple of little flowers. And so those two, you line up with that one and then that. So you kind of need to get, I don't like that. It looks a little bit out. See these two, you push one in, it looks wrong. You pull another one out, it then looks even worse. That's right now, that lines up. Oh, I'm going to go with it.
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Is that colour? I think that's a different colour. No, you know what? I think that is the same colour. Some of these colour changes just ever so simple. Slight, I mean.
Yeah.
You can't tell if it's that one from this batch or if it's been hanging around for a while. Oh, it's got a lot easier now I've done some of the others around it. Oop, that was a jumper. Whoops, I've done it again. To my drills.
Again?
Yeah. Oh, it's like practicing with chopsticks. Mind you, once you start to get the hang of it, it's not too bad.
I can't even use chopsticks.
Can you not?
No. tried many a times and failed.
Have you tried enough? Have you had the patience with them?
No, so I gave up after so many times of trying it.
Good
Don't
job,
have the patience.
good job you weren't born Chinese then, wasn't it? You'd be starving. I think it's really funny that Chinese have a terrific range of soups, and yet they eat with chopsticks.
I know, yeah. It's a bit different.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Rhythm time. How's it going, Cool Runnings? Feel the rhythm, feel the ride. Come on up, it's bobsleigh time. Cool Runnings.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure I've misquoted that. I ain't watched a lot of telly lately. I did watch Doctor Who the other day. Any Doctor Who fans in the house?
Not me.
Not
Can't get into it.
Oh, surprise ending for me. I've not been keeping up to date with news, so I don't know if there was any spoilers that I should have known. But I was surprised at the end because I thought the new Doctor was going to be that guy that played in that. There's some gay thing that Russell T Davies wrote. I can't remember the name of the person. Something on Channel 4 or something. And it was some guy, and I thought that was who the next Doctor Who was going to be. And I must admit that it's awkward to explain without getting myself in trouble. I thought I don't know if the guy is gay or if he just plays a gay character.
Right.
But it just came across to me, BBC, using an actor who's played someone who's gay. Is it this equality quote again? And I just thought, well, it don't matter how good he is, because he's come across to me as just got the job because he's gay. That spoilt it for me. And it's like Jodie Whittaker. I think she is a fantastic actress. I still can't remember the name of that hospital thing she was in. That was absolutely bloody brilliant. Help me out, guys. There was a thing on BBC. She was a nurse, and she'd lost her job or something. And she was such an experienced nurse. She was in reality better than a lot of the doctors. Meanwhile, her friend, who was a doctor, was buggering off to Australia and giving up being a doctor. So Jodie Whittaker's character, nicked her qualifications and posed as a doctor and got a job in Edinburgh as a doctor and was very good. And it was quite interesting because it's like she was a better doctor than most of the doctors.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what she's done is totally wrong. Pretending to be a doctor and doing doctory things.
Yeah.
So was she right? Should she be? Is that what she's done really bad, or
It's a hard one because it's a hard one to step into, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. If I pretended to be a doctor, that's really bad because I couldn't back that up. But she was a really good doctor. She was fantastic in it, and if she'd have got the role as Doctor Who because of that, maybe I would have enjoyed her more as Doctor Who. But because I feel she only got the job because of because of equality quotas. It's what little enjoyment I had of the BBC I've lost. So anyway, so I'm expecting this certain guy, I can't remember his name, to be the next Doctor. And when Jodie Whittaker regenerated, it wasn't him. It was someone completely different. The drills as you spoke them. And Mark says, right, people, I'm now going to splash and dash and call it a night. Yeah, you take care, Mark. Thank you so much for sharing your videos and your techniques. I really appreciate it. Really, really interesting. But I would seriously consider doing a YouTube channel if I was you. I think you've got so much to offer everyone. I think that was absolutely fascinating. I don't think there's anyone that would disagree with me.
No.
Apart from the fact that we're always an encouraging channel here, and even if he was terrible, we'd still say, oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
In this case, we are genuine when we say that. Oh, excuse me, I've got the burpees now. So, Caitlin, are you still watching? Because I'm hoping to do a little bit of Red Dead later on. I don't know how long you can stay up for. Don't know if you're subject to curfews and things, but you're welcome to join us later on if you wish. I think I'm definitely going to have to finish this off in the next stream, aren't I? Which will be God knows when. Actually, it could be. I've got a feeling I'm going to be asked to work at the weekend. I think he's going to look at the fact that I'm working Thursday and Friday and on holiday on Monday and go, oh, she can get another trip into London on that one.
Right.
Anyway, I'm just going to check the motor.
Okay.
See who's working. But I know Mark is bound to go. Oh, Flixbus is covered, but I need this done. Right, so we have got. Oh, hang on. Oh. Right, I'm going to have to open this up on the big screen because I can't see it all. Right, so Friday, Saturday, we have got 2 reliable people. 2 reliable people. 2 reliable people. 2 more reliable people. 1 I don't know. He's on holiday, but I can't cover his shift. Yes, Laura. Okay, she's reliable. Yeah, I can't. There's no one working Saturday and Sunday that I don't know. I know we've got some new staff. And everyone that's working this Saturday, Sunday is people I know. So unless there's like a family emergency, I can't see any issues happening. So I might not be doing Flixbus on Friday, Saturday.
Hopefully not.
Well, I mean, it's all work and all money, isn't it?
Mm.
So I have no objection to working when I'm not on holiday. You know, I'm not work shy, as you know from the number of streams the few streams I do.
Yeah.
You know, and I behave myself when I'm at work. You know, I'm not like calling in sick just because I fancy a bit of session on PlayStation or whatever. And I mean, Chris will tell you, I won't speak to anyone for days because I'm working. And, you know, I'm even when I'm not driving, I tend to not do anything. You know, we won't be on the phone and stuff because I kind of see myself when I'm even when I'm not driving, I kind of see myself as on standby.
Yeah.
I'll send the odd text message, but don't bother trying to ring me because You know, I try to follow the rules that we try to set the customers. So I tell them that mobile phone usage is fine, but use headphones. Keep phone calls as brief as possible, and don't use loudspeaker. So for me to then say to people, oh, please keep phone calls brief for the comfort of other customers, and then there's me yakking away for 3 hours on a phone call.
True. Won't go down very well.
I just think it's a bit hypocritical. Same with hot food. I don't bring hot food on the coach for me, because I tell other customers, if you bring hot food on the coach, we're going to ask you to remove it. So how would it look if I then start munching into a smelly curry or kebab or something? I mean, most people would turn a blind eye because, you know, we're on that coach all day long, whereas the majority of our customers aren't going Glasgow, London. You know, they might be going Glasgow, Manchester, or Manchester, London or something. So, and they also know that obviously we're on that coach before they get on, and we're still on it after they get off. But, you know, like I say, how would you feel if I said to you, could you get rid of that kebab, please? You're not bringing it on the coach. And then I start munching on one.
I wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
It's like one rule for one and one rule for another.
Exactly. Although it is our coach and we're the boss and you do what we tell you. Oh, you do. It's surprising how many people think that they're the boss. And we have to put them in their place. Right. So now I've completed one eye. And I think that looks pretty. I keep saying this, but I think that looks really nice. If you look at it there, yeah. I mean, obviously this bit's still a bit gappy, but I think that's looking really nice. Right, Caitlin says, I'm still here and I've got to get up early in the morning. No, that's all right. It's not a problem. You know, we're not all lucky that we get, mind you, I don't get every morning off anyway. Also, I have to act like I go to bed on time as Dad is here. I totally understand that. You have to give the illusion at least that you're well behaved. I used to go to bed nice and on time, you know, so my mum was happy, but then I'd be sitting under the covers with a light on reading a book.
I think a lot of kids do that still today, don't they, really?
Wow. Obviously the intelligent, smart ones do. I remember once I'd gone to bed. I had this little lamp. There's like a little clip-on lamp.
Yeah.
And I clipped it on the side of the bed, and I had the covers over me, and I had the lamp quite close to the bed, so it didn't give off so much light all around, just more focused on what I was reading. I was reading for about, I guess, half an hour. I'm like, what's that smell? I looked, there was smoke coming from the lamp. And it was where it was so close to the bed, I'd actually burnt a hole in the bed from the heat of the lamp. I had to explain that one to my mother. But it had gone all the way through the bed sheet and it burnt a hole in the mattress as well.
Bloody hell.
Thankfully, it's one of these fire retardant ones. You know, the ones where they'll burn if you've got heat on it.
Yeah.
You take the flame and that way it stops burning. So this might look odd to you guys because I'm doing this upside down. But that's because there's less sticky around here to stick my hand onto. Kind of the rhythm that I've got is I can reach in to the middle, but if I have to reach further in the middle, So if I had it the right way round, doing it there. Also, I'm leaning on the drills that have been done, so it's just far easier for me to do it this way. And I've forgotten where here we are. So have I passed my little challenge, do you think, then, of doing this with tweezers?
I'll pass.
You'd pass me anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'll pass.
You're just nice. You'd just pass everybody. You'd make a terrible teacher, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Can't spell, can't add up, can't read your handwriting. Have an A+.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'd be harsh, I would. Why did you give me an A-? And I'd got that absolutely spot on, because life's a bitch. I'm just teaching you that. That's how I'd be. Sometimes you work really hard and you still don't get what you want.
True.
Teaching you a lesson. Something I read on Facebook once that made me laugh. So I paid my daughter a £1 to do the washing up. And then when she was on her way to the bedroom, I mugged her just to teach her that life's like that sometimes. Or mugged her and stole all her money. It's like you can't really fault that, can you? Because that is a life lesson there, isn't it?
Well, teaches them what
you'll go out and you'll graft really hard 1 week, and then you'll get paid, and then there's always someone who wants to mug you, whether it's a mugger or the landlord or tax man or the gas and electric board. There's always someone there to take your money off you.
Yeah.
What was it? Someone said, what's the best thing about school? Not having to fucking pay bills. Because, when you're at school, you can't wait to leave school, can you?
Yep, and then when your school's over, you wish you could go back.
Wish you were back.
Maybe do it differently.
The simple days. My mum used to give me money every week, and all I had to do for it was go to bed a little bit earlier than I normally do. Well, not earlier than I do now. And I didn't have to work. And I used to have to go to school, and that was it. That was probably the hardest bit of my life, without me realising it. The hardest thing in my life was going to school.
Yeah.
Which one that I didn't hate school. Some of the lessons were all right. Can't think of any lessons I really hated. Quite a few that I really loved. Art, geography, I didn't really like that much.
History, I hated.
Oh, I loved history.
I used to fall asleep in it.
Did you?
Yep. I even told my parents I kept falling asleep when he'd go to bed earlier at night. It just bored me to sleep.
Oh, French, I didn't. I had a bit of an attitude with French.
I had Spanish.
Yeah, see, I had a bit of an attitude that all the French can speak English, which is a terrible attitude, really, but it's a very English attitude, isn't it?
Yeah.
But even now, I mean, like I was a few years back, we were passing through Germany, and what I know about Germany is that just about everyone in Germany can speak English. But if you make no effort to speak German, they'll probably make out they can't speak English. So a little simple trick. I'm ever so sorry, I can't speak German. Would you mind if I speak English? And they'll say, yeah, no problems. But obviously, if you're going to spend any length of time there, try and learn some words. When I was in Bulgaria for a couple of weeks, I picked up a few Bulgarian words, like coffee, please. It's about the most important thing you could learn, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I learned to point at things in the shops. That place, that. And another, I'll tell you, a very important word to learn in Bulgarian, kabinetsa.
What the frick is that?
It means beer. It's a brand of beer.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Not to be confused with the cheap one. It's about £1 a bottle, and it's rather drinkable. The home brewed stuff is they do, I think, I'm pretty sure it's sake they call it. It's like rice wine. It's really cheap and rough and nasty, but it's what Bulgarians get them through the winter with. Because with it being so poor, they grow a lot in the gardens.
Yeah.
And then they're pickling it, preserving it to last through the winter. And obviously, wintertime, nothing's growing. So all they can do all winter is sitting there. A lot of them, they have basements, and they move out of the rooms from upstairs, and they pretty much live in the basement, because then it's only one room to warm up. So they're all huddled in this little room, and that's pretty much where they spend the whole winter.
Yeah.
So a few glasses of sake, or whatever it is, this cheap nasty wine, it works out about 10p a glass, and you just get drunk and you pass out, and that's how you get through the winter time. And then it all starts all over again. You start planting, and then harvesting and preserving, and then getting drunk.
True.
Tell you what, this has really progressed, isn't it?
Definitely.
Definitely. How are you getting on?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. I've managed a bit more.
Good.
But I don't feel like I've done a lot.
It goes like that though, doesn't it? But if you sort of stop and then stand back, you kind of go, oh, actually, I have done quite a bit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It's just...
Sometimes it's quantity though, sometimes it's quality, isn't it?
Yeah.
I did a little bit this morning on one of mine, and I thought it took me ages to do one square. And then I just stopped and looked at it, and I went, well, actually, it's a good square. It may not be a lot, but it's a good square. Right. So after this bit, guys, I've only got this bit there to do. And then, unless Natasha wants to run the show on her own, I think it's probably a good time to call it a night.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I did want to get this finished in this stream, but I think thinking about it, that's probably an unrealistic plan, wasn't it? But
well, you thought one stream, but I think it was you started it, didn't you, after your bus?
Yeah, I kind of kind of under the illusion I could have done this in one, but you know, when we're comparing it to rulers, let's have a look. Probably about 5 ruler lengths to do.
Yeah.
Obviously this is shaped, but if I had 5 straight ruler loads, we're talking about 4 or 5 hours there. So for me to do half of that in 4 hours, I think that's probably, I've probably actually done all right. Obviously we've had a lot of stoppages, as we always do when we stream. You know,
Oh yeah, definitely.
viewer
I had to run away for an hour, weren't it?
Yeah, I don't know how long you were away for actually, but I mean, it didn't really affect me so much. Obviously, would have affected you. But, I did enjoy Mark's interaction this tonight. I really did enjoy that Eiffel Tower. That's really nice. I'm almost inspired to do. I mean, I ain't done matchsticking since I was a kid, and I got way too many different things on, but. Yeah, it kind of makes you want to have a go, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I can. If you've been into it before.
Well, it's not talking down about what he does. I can see how it's broken down. So it's God, I cannot control this drill. There you go. Because I can see how it's broken down. Jesus Christ. Behave. I think maybe I'm getting tired. That's why they're jumping about. Yeah, because I can see how it's all broken down into simpler things. I'm kind of looking at it and going, I think I could do that. Well, I know I could do that. Well, I didn't make anything as complicated as the Eiffel Tower. I made a little stagecoach once. Was it a stagecoach? Something like that. Windmill or something like that. And it's all, everything was straight on it. So that would have been a bit simpler, but I'd love to see him doing the archers. But I think he really does need to do it. I might even look matchsticking up on YouTube.
Why not?
And it's great watching people who, I mean, if he's never done it before ever, I think that's the time to do the YouTube channel. You kind of learn with him then, don't you?
Yeah.
I keep finding little bits that I've missed or not done. I'm really enjoying this.
Oh yeah, well at least that's the main thing.
Well, I'm wondering if from a streaming point of view, these little ones are the way to go. I mean, that 60 by 60 bus, if I'm doing that purely as a stream project and not doing anything in my own time, that's going to take years to complete, isn't it? But then I don't really think this stream is all about the diamond painting so much. It's more about the chatting with friends and
people like to see how it's progressing.
Yeah, but I think it's more about coming out and having a chit chat, showing us what you've done.
Yeah.
You know, seeing what Laura's done. That was nice. I did like what she's done. And seeing what Mark is up to. Would have been nice to have seen Pencil Surprises and what she's been up to, but I'm guessing maybe it might be a bit later for her.
Probably.
Right, let's have a quick see. Yeah. I used to do that. Then I had a PS4. Was that reading that in bed? But then I would drop the book on my face when I fall asleep, so my mum found out the morning after. Joshua, how are you? Hi guys, hope you are both well.
Hi Joshua.
Face we ain't seen for what I say, face, and a name we haven't seen for, well, not long enough, really, is it? But then I could say that about everybody. Oh, not seen you since yesterday. Not long enough. Did I just say that wrong?
No idea.
No, it's
Could have
not.
come out back to front.
Yeah, it might have done. Don't know where that went to. Oh. I'll reach around and bring the thing a bit closer.
No, that's as much as I've done tonight. Well,
Tell you what, you really got on with that. I know there's a lot of block, but you really have got. I keep saying that, don't I? You really have got on with it, and it's yeah, it looks really nice. I think I got the hang of these pushing the drills down. I ain't doing no pointed tweezers. I'm just going to use my finger. I'm just finding that a bit easier. Put the drill in and push it with your finger. Trouble is, I'm getting. Do you know what? These are lined up. They don't feel lined up. Run away drill.
Not supposed to be smoking in my bedroom, but I don't care tonight.
Sorry, what are you doing?
Not supposed to be smoking in my bedroom, but I don't care tonight.
You didn't get that. Doing what? What? Doing what? What are you doing? No idea what you're talking about there.
No, not me.
Alternatively, sorry, what was the name and number of your landlord again? Well, one thing I will say about doing this with tweezers, I would like to have used a better pair of tweezers.
Mm.
I think that might have made a bit of a difference, but I can't decide. I think I'm definitely more of a fan of the pen.
Right.
But I've been using tweezers now for 4 hours compared to a pen which I've been using. I don't know how long I've been diamond painting, but I know it's at least a couple of years, isn't it? So breaking a long habit in favor of a new one, I don't know. So I think I've done about half of what was left, and I think that's looking really nice.
Definitely agree.
Trouble is now I've got nowhere really where the release paper will stick. Maybe I should have thought about this a little bit better.
It's one of them things, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you're doing colour by colour.
Are you supposed to destroy the release paper in order to protect it? There you go. Has his nose protected? I think I'm going to have to cut these down into tiny bits. That's the only way I can get the release paper on is to wedge it in between.
Wedge it in them.
Yeah.
Well, mind you, as I start filling up, I do the exact same. I start wedging it in.
See, even that's not enough, is it?
Clips might help on the side.
I know. I've just got a tactic. I've sussed it. I've got to think what I've done with the other paper now. There you go. That's about the best I can manage on that.
Oh, it works, it works.
These little bits, it's just unless I cut this into tiny squares, that ain't going to happen.
No, I think that might just do your head in.
Right. So where's the bag gone for these? Yeah, so I ain't going to say... I'm not going to come to a conclusion on these tweezers.
See, I have used them, but they were only 20 by 20 pictures when I first started.
Yeah.
And in the end, I just went, I've got to try this pen. And I tried the pen.
Oh, so were you tweezers to start with?
Yeah, I used tweezers to start with.
You always thought that was the way it had to be done, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I couldn't work out the pen.
Right.
All of a sudden, one day I went, you know what, I'm just going to try this pen out. And I was drilling them one by one. And then in the end, it must have been a year or so later, I thought, right, I'm going to try the 3-end. Now, a couple of years later, I've gone up to the 4-end.
Okay.
So I'm not on the multi-placer, but I'm not high up on there.
Right. No, I'm always happy to try things. You know, just because I don't do it a certain way doesn't mean it's right or wrong.
No.
But you know, it's just sort of that just kind of came to me pre-streamed and that. And I was just thinking, well, you know,
don't try it. You're not going to know.
Yeah. Well, I kind of semi-poo-pooed the tweezers, and I just thought it'd be fiddly, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's fiddly, but I've. Just trying to find it. There we go. But obviously, the length of time I've been diamond painting, and I've only ever used a pen, so you ain't going to convert me to tweezers doing it for 5 minutes. So, but there was a few instances doing that where I'm like, I wish I had my pen. And then likewise, there were instances where I thought, well, actually, I think tweezers worked out better in this.
Yeah.
But I really like the way that because I'm placing them with tweezers, I cannot physically press hard. So if I need to just adjust them, like a couple of times I use this to straighten things up, they move around so easy because they're not really jammed in really hard. So in that sense, tweezers were a lot better.
Yeah.
But it just feels a bit fiddly. Once I got in a rhythm, but also don't forget that I'm doing the whole diamond painting differently. Normally I'll cut squares and I'll do this much at a time. Now all of a sudden I'm ripping the whole back and the whole release paper off and doing all one color. And I know that's how some people do their diamond paintings.
Yeah.
How they do it like that, I do not understand. Because you get, as you see with mine, it's probably about a third of it left to do, and I haven't got any significant areas where I can stick the release paper on. It just won't stick. No. And now I'm worried. I mean, I'm all right. I can put it all back in the box, so there ain't going to be bits of fluff and stuff. And the kiddie's breakfast isn't going to get jammed into it. So, and little hands that go, oh, that's nice, because children,
they don't put fingers over it, don't they?
They don't have eyes in their face. They have eyes on their fingertips. Ooh, lovely! I like that. So, yeah. Right. So I unless you've got anything to add, I think we've just about finished, Tev.
Yeah.
Oh. So I've just read a post about 2 hours ago. Right. Sorry, just reading something that just made me think. When you see something and you're like, is that as simple as that just looks? Why do people do this? Hi, Holiday to Hold 247 models. Just as I'm about to finish the stream, you come in and say hello, and I'm like, oh no. And do you ever feel like if you're finishing a stream as someone comes in, it kind of comes
guilty?
Across, yeah, but also is it a little bit of they've come in, right, I'm going now. Oh, I got an update for you. So as I said before, I didn't have the brush for the ceiling, and I feel stupid now. I'd done the PVA in, didn't I? And I still got the PVA. So I ordered the PVA.
Guess what?
and then we discovered that the wood glue was possibly better. But meanwhile, here's the PVA glue that arrived after I discovered the wood glue was good, but that I ordered before I found that out.
But if you ever ran out of the wood glue, at least you got PVA glue that would work well anyway.
I will use PVA. I mean, that ain't going to go off, but I will use that PVA glue. So I want to give you an update. I was pleasantly surprised. I'm annoyed with those drawers, though. I really am annoyed with those drawers.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I ordered these. Let me find. Right. So keyboard, right. Oh. Mod Podge. Right, so this is what I've got to show you. So here we have on Amazon, just the first one I found. This is the official Mod Podge brush applicator.
Right.
2 1/4 inch gold Taklon bristles. I know Taklon is like not, I think that's a synthetic brush. 4, obviously you've got different grades of brush. I would never use a Taklon brush for painting on my figures, but for something like this, that's probably about the best brush you can find. They could have got a better picture of that. That brush looks a bit scruffy and horrible, actually. £5.23 for one brush. I took a bit of a gamble, and I ordered these. Right, you get 8 of them for £9.99. Compared to that, which is £5.23 each. Right. Now, my protection here is Amazon. Amazon have a very good return policy. Doesn't actually say what they are made of. I thought it did. 2 1/4 inch, suitable for your hand size. Well, does that not depend on the size of your hand? It says black handle brushes there, but you can clearly see that they're red. So if that bothers, oh no, they've got black ones there. Half round black handle paint. You enjoy painting experience with them, practical. But it doesn't say what they're made of. But anyway, so I ordered those, and they arrived, and here they are. And they're actually all right. First thing I did is I got every single one, and I did that with them. And I think between 8 brushes, I think I pulled out about 3 bristles. I haven't used them, but there's been no bristle loss, because that's my worry, is you start with them and then suddenly you got like more hairs on them than Slash from Guns N' Roses. That's obviously my worry. So what I might do in the next stream, maybe we should do a bit of PVA gluing with them.
Yeah, you must have tried it,
No,
won't you?
you are not, are you? Oh, Penny, we doing those brushes. Oh.
At least I know where to go to get some.
Well, either right, one of two things is going to. Oh, okay, fair enough. They're joking. Because that worried me then, because I'm trying to promote Smith's beads, right? So either Smith's beads are doing them cheaper, in which case I've lost money again, or Smith's beads are more expensive and I've just lost them a load of sales. They doing the drawers though. Yeah, I know they're doing the drawers. Yeah, I'm gutted with that one, because have you been told to say that? Because look what I bought on Amazon. And Smith's beads are better. I'm absolutely
I've got some coming.
I know you've got some coming. I am absolutely gutted.
I just don't know when. I haven't checked on the delivery tonight.
Well, the main difference being is that the little divider bits are so big that you can't put 5 rows in. They're wedged in otherwise. But Smith's beads, they've got smaller divider bits, so you can fit 7 across 5 times. So you can actually get 35 in a drawer. Imagine what I would do. See, if I had Smith's beads there in the same amount of space, I would have another 140 Tic Tac containers in there. So you're only saying Smith's beads better because Dad's watching you. No, you know, they know as well. I'm honest. I won't say anything better. But I've also said that I'm waiting for Natasha to get hers so I can do a comparison. But
I'll let you know when I get them. Hopefully it's soon, but I haven't checked on the delivery yet because tonight it's just gone totally mental for me
it's
to
coming
even
by
check.
Royal Mail. God knows when it'll be here.
No, I think it's a different company.
Okay, could be Hermes then. Whatever they are, every excuse to not deliver.
But no, I don't think it's even every.
But do you know what? I think just to spite Smiths now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these drawers and I'm just going to grind that back just a little bit. I'm going to sand it, but almost not quite all the way, so I don't actually mark them. So, but that's the difference. Let me show you here. So you see there, you've got these little runners on the side. Yeah. You've got those on the Smiths ones, but see, you have 5 rows of 7. But if you look, see where they are, you've only actually got 4. Now, if you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So where the tic-tacs, not TikTok, TikToks. Right. Where the tic-tacs, you are joking. Ah, there we go. So where the tic-tacs go across the divider, that's how tight they're in. But with Smiths, those aren't quite so hard. Now, if they go... Oh, this is the broken one. See, where they don't meet the dividers, see, there's plenty of room. But where they are with it, that didn't work, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, I think I'll take those back with the Dremel. But then why should I spend all that money and then have to do all that work on them? But like, see that they're wedged in there. So I felt no option but to remove 7 from every drawer and then have those 4 sections. Penny, are those drawers from Smith's Bees? No, those drawers are from Amazon. I feel someone's going to get timed out. But yeah, it's I you know what, I can't see. I got 4 sets of drawers. See, the quantities are different. I got 4 sets of drawers for £29 something, £29.99. So for 4 drawers, let me get the exact prices, because it's funny because they're different quantities now. Right, I had, there we go. Right, so 2 drawers, they don't do ones. They do 2 drawers for £16.89 and Smith's is 20. 4 drawers is £29.99, and they're 30 quid on Smith's. But don't forget, if you've never ordered from Smith's before, you can use the code penny15, get 15% off. If you have ordered, you can use the code 10new and get 10% off. So they're about the same price for 2, cheaper with Smith's. Little bit better with Smith's. But if you get the 9 drawers, remember I bought 20 of them. And excuse me, I bought 20, although I bought 8 and then I bought 12 once I realized they're actually all right. But See, if I was thinking about buying another 4 and moving everything across, but now if I just take that down, I'm going to spend some time. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'm going to spend a bit of time doing that. I'm working on that one, but yeah, so so basically for about the same price or cheaper with our codes, I'd have a lot. Hang on now. Does yours come with the funky funnel? Because as you can probably tell, mine did.
Yeah, mine is.
One funnel for every 2 gets that, is it? There we go. Joshua's doing the I've got a question to make you stream longer. Right, I'll just do a catch up on this. I feel someone's going to get timed out. Teresa told me to say that. Yeah. At least Tasha's cheered up. There we go. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Caitlin. Dad hacked my phone and put that. Caitlin, one more and you're timed out. 1. Yeah. So, Joshua says, what is your favorite meal? Like, if you had to have one meal for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Hunter's chicken.
Yeah.
That's my favourite. Hunter's chicken.
If I was stuck with a meal, see, I don't know, I would get bored of the same meal all the time. But the only meal I could probably handle 3 or 4 times in a single week would be lasagna. I do like lasagna, but I'm assuming that Joshua means he made exactly the same. Because one of the great things about, when I cook, I don't measure anything. I just go, that's about right. And then I'll chuck whatever in. So if I made 3 lasagnas, they'd probably all taste slightly differently.
Yeah.
So I don't know, if I had to stick with one meal for the rest of my life, what would it be? I don't know. Special fried rice. That would be the one.
Hunter's chicken.
Yeah. I
do
do
make
like
that myself. I don't need to buy that out of shop because I know how to do it.
You have to give me your recipe for it then. What is it?
It's chicken.
Chicken, cheese sauce, bacon. That's about it, really.
Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce, what, from a bottle?
Can be, yeah.
What, as in the ketchupy stuff?
Yeah.
As in the
barbecue sauce.
As in Philistine sauce.
Cook it like for 40 minutes, and the last 5 minutes put as much barbecue sauce above it and cook it for another further 5 minutes.
So it's just chicken and bacon, is it?
Chicken, bacon, cheese.
Cheese, yeah. So do a nice cheese.
Wrap the bacon around
cheese,
the chicken.
or do you do a cheese sauce?
Do
you do cheese or do you do cheese sauce?
Cheese. Grate the cheese over it. That's what I do. You can get it ready made, but I prefer doing it myself because it gives me something to do.
Well, it's more fun when you make it yourself as well, isn't it?
You wrap the bacon around the chicken.
You'll either make it yourself cheaper or you'll get a better quality if you make it.
Yeah.
I do worry about, when you buy these ready meals and you're like, it's actually cheaper to buy a ready meal than it is to make it.
Yeah.
Like, is that because it's full of crap?
Probably, yeah. That's why they make you eat it, because it's more sweeter.
Well, salty as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So makes you eat it more.
But I'll go lasagna. I'll go lasagna or special fried rice. Smith Speed says yes. Ask Tasha. So I really want to investigate your drawers.
My drawers?
Oh, that sums out wrong, but you're
you ain't going in my drawers.
Yeah, let me have a look in your drawers. So, Caitlin, would you have known Penny? You You would have known, Penny, but you didn't get it off Smith's. Yeah. I don't know. Bad fish. Yeah, bad fish. Oh, geez, I just found loads more chat. Bad fish. Yeah. Do you know what? I've just found a local chippy actually that do a really well. I was eating a sausage the other day. I have found one of those rare chip shops that do nice fish and nice chips. Bristol's bad for this. You either get good fish or good chips. You can't get good chips and good fish from the same shop. And don't even go there for mushy peas. The best I've ever managed is when they swamped my fish and chips with a tin of marrowfat peas. I went, mushy? They went, well, peas. I went, yeah, peas is more like it, not mushy peas. But it's like you get the water as well, and they chuck that over, and now you've got fish that's come back to life because it thinks it's in the sea. Oh, water, let's go for a swim. No, I'm as you can tell, I like to get what I'm paying for. All right, two Smiths. Tash was watching me put the funnel in the box with them. There you go then. So
I can't remember what colour. I can't remember if it was purpley or it was a blue.
Oh, don't even say that. So I could have bought a set of drawers from Smith's Beads.
It could have been
got a purple funnel with it.
It could have been. I can't really remember now. It's been mental since then. Could have been blue. I can't remember. It was one of them.
You're just trying to worm out of that now, aren't you?
No, honestly, it was either that colour or blue. I can't really remember.
Okay, see, Teresa's make me feel good now. Look, same blue. That's all right, look. The same as
there
mine.
You go, see.
I quite like these, but I've had to modify a couple of these because that spout, they don't go through the spout that well. So I've got one, so I got them everywhere. I pick one up, I use it, can't find it, so I open another one up. There's two more that I've been using. There's another one somewhere with the end cut off. Echo, light on. Oh, I thought I dropped. There we are, look. I've got the end. I can't find the funnel. This is the life of my desk for you. So there's the end that I cut off. Putting them into that's right. When you're putting them in there, it's easier to use one with the end cut off.
Right.
Put them into the Tic Tacs. I'm going to be saying that forever.
Yeah, TikTok now, isn't it?
Yeah. It's easier to have the funnel bit on, but I find that they get stuck in that little bottom bit. So, but I do like these little funnels. Have you seen the cups you can buy that do that? The little Camden cups, they fold to about that much, and you just pull the end out. But make sure you open it properly, fully, before.
No, my luck, I wouldn't.
Yeah, before putting liquids in. Yeah, otherwise they don't work properly. Right, Dad's dinner with mint gravy. Oh, mint gravy. Oh, now you're talking.
Gravy, yeah, and mint, no.
Yeah, no. God, you won't get on with Norwich Market then, would you?
No.
Mushy peas and mint sauce.
Everything's got bloody mint on it.
Oh. But it's an integral part of it. If you make mushy peas properly with is it bicarb you use? When you put mint, you have this slosh. It's more like pea soup than it is mushy peas. Then you put the mint sauce in. The mint reacts with the bicarby, whatever it is, and it makes it go all solid. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, anyway, all pig. Don't call Teresa that. Pig, bacon, chopped sausage. You're a bit of a meat eater there, aren't you? I do like meat, but do you know what?
Give him sausage rolls, he'll be happy.
Do you know what I think has fallen out of fashion? Mixed grill.
Oh yeah,
Not so much now,
it is still going up at Weatherstone.
It's Weatherspoons still do it, do they?
Yeah, they still
That's
do
the
it.
old
I've been
favourite, isn't it?
recent.
Tell you what, I wouldn't want every day in my life is what I always used to call them waste of time chops. They're little lamb chops. By the time you cut all the fat and the bone off, you've got a bit of meat this big, and you have to cut it in. You have to cut it in 3 or 4 and take small bites. Otherwise, you just feel you ain't got anything.
Yeah.
All that effort to get one bite of meat.
Yeah.
But they're cheap, aren't they? So you know, some families, it's the only way they get meat in their lives is to have these waste of time chops, as I call them.
Sometimes that's the only thing they can do, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, but it is a lot of effort just for a little bit of meat.
Yeah,
I think. Right. So, I am finished. I think. Unless you want to add anything.
Not that I can think of.
So it's been a
When
very.
are you next live?
I am next live. God knows when, really. So I am working. Right. So I am working tomorrow night and the night after. What's that? Thursday, Friday.
Yep.
Then I might leave the country with my massive wage packet this week.
Go on holiday.
Well, might actually be able to afford to have a holiday. So I'm off as it stands right now. This second, I'm off on Saturday and Sunday. Then I'm on holiday. Now, if I'm really lucky, let's see if I am lucky. Now, if I'm back on my normal rota, right, I am off this Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
Then I've got 7-day holiday. Then I've got Monday, Tuesday off. I might actually get an 11-day holiday here.
If you play it right, yeah. And don't say yeah.
Thing is, if they... Oh, Mike's rubbing it in now. Oh. Mike Tedstone's just made a post in Smith Speeds. New storage drawer and flip-flop lid pots. I'm convinced he's done that to wind me up.
I would as well.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Got to have a laugh or you'll cry.
Yeah. No, it's a bit of effort, and I've got a product as good as Smith Speeds, but it's just that there's a lot less effort to do with Smith's versions. But I've got a couple of drawers I can mess around on. But that's a cracked one. There's 2 that are cracked because I've got to send some back. So, but there's 2 cracked drawers. There's either 1 or 2 cracked drawers. So I've done a refund. Refunding thing. Bought another set of drawers so I can then swap them over, and then rather than sending them back, I'm just being impatient. So I had to spend 30 quid to get a 30 quid refund. Mike wind penny up. Would he do that? Nah. Sent you PM a while ago. I don't remember saying that. Did you send me a PM? I'll tell you who's got a lot of PMs. This country. See, I think he did wind me up because it said Smith Speeds made, or Mike Tedstone made this post 2 hours ago, right? And 3 hours ago, he was sending me the video of the Tic Tacs in there.
Weren't here. In my defence.
Yeah, but no, he did make the. Yeah, he did put that back. No, I'm glad he shared that. I think that is a wonderful product, and I can't. I mean, look, my old storage system was 7 of these. Now my storage system is this
So
much.
can't you use them old ones for like when you're doing your models?
Oh, I'll find a use for them. No, you know me. I'll always use stuff. But
yeah,
having 7 of these shoved into a makeup drawer thing isn't as good as having a nice organised little system, is it?
Mm.
So, but now I've miscalculated because now I've discovered the joys of ABs. And then if I ever got into rounds again, I need another 20 of them to put the rounds in. So
I won't get into rounds, so I'm not even attempting it.
Mike, I have a question for you, if you don't mind me asking on stream. So I have got... This is from a Victoria Moons one. Right, I have got drill number 3773. Right, so I went to put them in thing. There is no 3773. It's 3772 and 3774. Right, and I checked the book, and 3773 is desert sand medium. So then I double checked the sticky sheets, and there is no 3773. Look, you got 3772, 3774. So, right, there we go. 3773 is 407. Right. I'm going to put that to the test. 407. 407. You are correct-ish. I say ish. These are 2 different suppliers, but you can't really see it. Okay, so saw that book in room 103. Saw that book? Do you mean throw that book in room 101? So actually, I've wasted my money on this book then, have I? Right, that's fine. So I thought there'd be a reason for it. 3773 is not supported on Diamond Paint Supplies sub it for 407. Okay, that makes. But yeah, now you've said that, and I've looked at this and looked at my. They are extreme. So what does it say about 407 then? Desert sand, dark. $3772, desert sand, very dark. To be honest with you, I'm quite liking. I've still got it up somewhere. Mike's given me a link to an online thing, but yeah, I think so that's probably now caused more mischief than that book, because I've thrown drills away on the basis of what the book has said.
Yeah.
Although actually it has got some use. I'll tell you where it is useful. I can't show you, right? But I'm doing a diamond painting for a friend, and the forehead of one of the people is coming out as green. So he's kind of got a forehead's going like colours, and it's gone green. And I looked at the colour. I know the colour. I remember the code. So the colour is 3072. Now the name for 3072 is Beaver Grey Very Light, which would suggest no green. So, but I don't want to use that colour for 847 because whatever the colour is, I had the colour figured out, didn't I? Is it 847? But I
wrote it on your sheet.
No, there is no 847.
You wrote it on your sheet.
I did write it on the sheet. So I was thinking of using 762. Trouble using 762. No, it isn't. 762 is one that I'm not using. That's right, I've just solved the problem myself then. 76. No, I have got 762. Yes. So I don't want to use 762 because 762 is being used in the same diamond painting. All right, the book is fine as a guide. See, I like the wordings that are being used. Like in that case, you know, Beaver Grey, and the colour I've got is a green. So I'm thinking, should I replace it with a colour that isn't any green in it? Do you know what I mean? So, but I want a alternative that isn't so green. So I'm thinking 762. Why can't I find it? Oh, I've put the drills back in the wrong bloody order. That's why. Right. So let me. Sorry, I'm kind of asking for. Right. Whoa. Right. So that's the colour. That's Beaver Grey, but that's quite green, isn't it? So I was thinking about replacing it with that colour. What do you think? Just that using green on someone's forehead makes them look a bit more zombie. Maybe I want a warm light grey. But see, I don't have the vast knowledge of colours that people like Teresa have. Oh fuck it! Do you know what? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you because I think it's too late. I think I'll get away with this. Right. So I might regret this one day. So let me pull this back. So. Right. So this is what I've been working on. And as you can see, that forehead has come out quite green. I don't think it's the fault of anything other than the software. Remember, it's picked up the colour that I supplied on the photo.
Yes, that's what it's done.
Yeah. And it's an old photo that's obviously been scanned in. It does look better than further away. But you see, it does look a bit green. So that's why I was thinking about going this colour.
But is it going to make him look too grey?
Well, I think if anything, it's going to emphasise the bride, and it's the bride's day. So this is not really an exact sciencey way of doing it. But do you think that's an improvement compared to that side?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm not either.
I'm not that really experienced. That's it. But it might make him look a bit too grey, like he's ill.
Yeah.
That's
See,
what I'm worried about.
The problem I've got, and I say problem, I mean this in the nicest possible way. I can see that where this is coming in, where she's obviously got good makeup on for her wedding day, and I've not done an awful lot, but the colours are a little bit better, whereas he's just clean shaven and had a shower for his wedding day, which is typical, you know, so obviously it's her day. So that's grey, 762. Let's use one of my brand new brushes. And that's regular colour. Yeah. Yeah. Finish the kit, then back away and make a decision. Yeah, I thought about that. But if I can see, trouble is I've done most of his forehead anyway. But see, I've picked. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Look, there we go. Oh, I love these brushes. I love these brushes. They're beautiful. 10 quid for 8 compared to 5 quid for 1.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think there's a bit too much green. But, you know, I am looking away. I mean, normally that's
he could have a light. If there's lights in that area, that could obviously be shining on.
I know, but I still don't change the fact that he looks a bit zombie. That's what I'm a bit worried about. I want this to be that my friend loves it so much that she sticks it up in her hallway and forces everyone to have a look at it when they come through the door. And I don't want everyone to go, oh, it looks really good, but he does look like a zombie.
It's a hard one.
Yeah.
I think
this is another reason. I think this is another reason why I want to make sure I've got at least one bag of every single colour, so I can go through every single light grey. Or if there's are there any warm greys that you can think of? But you see, it's coming in. I don't mind these greeny ones there. But then if I change all those green ones to a grey one, will I then need a lighter? I don't know. I might have to read 453. 453. That might do it. But that's already in the kit as well. But that might do a very nice job, actually. Oh, and I think that might be a bit dark. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I think you might have just cracked it there, Teresa. I think you've just cracked it. That's a hell of a lot better, isn't it? I mean, that's not... I mean, I've only just layered a load over, but... That's a lot better, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And then if I take them away... Yeah... I think I like that. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
That is better, isn't it? Mm. Or maybe, I'm not going to pour them all out, but maybe... Yeah, I think I'm going to be... I think I might be experimenting a bit, but I think I might be replacing them. So now I've got till February to finish this.
Yeah, it's not like it's no rush.
No, at the rate I've been going, you know, I've done quite a bit. I do love that, you know. I absolutely love that bit, especially as working out at the distance I'm working at it from. Don't look great. It looks all right, but it don't look great. But obviously the distance, like you can see the colours in the hair, I think that looks amazing. See, what don't help is because he's taller than her, he's coming in first. Yeah, I think that's the one. I think 453. So yeah, expect an order of 453 to come in soon. I just got to figure out how much. So I'm just hoping my friend isn't looking now at any point. Where's the cheat sheet? 3072. Yeah, do you know, I'm going to do that. It's only 4 bags of them anyway. So, and I think that's probably the only area. I think that's the only area where they're used. All of the other ones of that colour that go over there. See, there's a couple there. But I don't think that's too bad. But as I said, it's I get the impression that it's their wedding photo that's been scanned many years later onto the computer, and I've used the scanned picture. You can tell from the quality of the picture, it's not perfect. It's really good for me because if you look at that, you can see where the photos degraded a little bit, like little flecks of red and green. But from my point of view, it's made that background so much more interesting. Yeah. Rather than being straight black, it's more interesting. I think there is actually something in that background. That's what these white bits are. But you look at this, it's got a really nice feel to it. Right, looking at the picture itself, 453. Right, so I think I'm going to order 4 bags of 453 for that then. I might have enough already, but depends on the other projects of it. Because I've got a lot, like I've just found these today. So these will get kitted up. Because I can't remember. Do you know what? That nearly made me cry, actually. You know, I said I've lost all the canvases, but I've still got the drills. Well, I found, let me see if I can find it. I completely forgot I'd ordered it. It's that long ago. I don't even know if, don't even know if they still sell it. Yeah, there we go. I completely forgot I'd ordered it. I found the cheat sheet, but I've lost the canvas to this. Completely forgotten I'd ordered it. I don't know when I ordered it, but how amazing is that? So I will order that again, because that is. See, I've got this one, as we all know, and that's the one I've got as what I'm working on now. That's new to me.
I've seen that one.
But yeah, I didn't realise I'd ordered. See, all the Victoria Moon ones I had are gone because I hadn't even started any. Having said that, I've not looked in the attic, but I doubt they're in the attic. But when I found that for that wolf one, and I might have the drills, but I can't find the canvas. I had a theory, stupid theory, but with the old lodger, I had stuff go missing, and I think like some of the stuff that was being taken, he didn't fully understand like what he needed. Like my little Wi-Fi dongle, he took part of that, but not the other. Oh, and the USB hub. He took the USB hub, but he didn't take the power supply. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's a bit weird. But I need a pen. I just need to write this for. So I wonder if he took. So what did you say the 3773 was? 407.
407.
Right. I wonder if it might actually be worth putting a tic tac container for 3773 in the box, but then actually writing 407 on it as well, and leave it empty. Maybe even put a bit of cotton wool or something in it. I wonder. Anyway, so yeah, I wonder if, because I've got this massive, great big artist's briefcase thing. It's designed to put pictures in, and I had my empty canvas, my blank canvases in there, and I've taken out some of them, but it's all empty. And I know I had the bus one in there, and the bus one's gone. And I wonder if and I might be making a wrongful accusation here, but when someone takes some of your stuff, you're then automatically going to blame them for other stuff that's gone missing, haven't you?
Yeah, that's common.
So is it unfair? So I don't know. Anyway, all I can do, I mean, to be honest with you, that wolf diamond paint, let me see if I can find the history. I can't be bothered looking for it again. There we are. Yeah, it's £13.50 for 40 by 30. So it's not going to break the bank, but I'm gonna have that. No one's going to object to me doing that, are they? But
Yep.
But that is really, really nice, isn't it? I just wish that Mike would do pictures that would fit on the screen. But that is, not meant to do that. But you can see why I ordered it, can't you? Have you done that one, Teresa?
I'm halfway through it, I think.
You're actually doing it as well. Well, I'm the last to do everything, aren't I?
I don't know about Teresa, though.
So when I get paid on Friday, I am treating myself to that and the leopard. I'm going to have both of them. No room to store them. And then that's obviously the one that we're working on next. I know it's technically I'm doing. Hey, I found one that Teresa hasn't done. But again, it's one of those ones where you can look at the picture and you can kind of feel it's like they're talking to each other, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can feel it rather than, as well as see it. But yeah, I ain't moaning at the price. if that's the extent of that, I'm gonna see. I can't afford to pay for it now. What was the other one called? Leopard.
Yeah.
Leopard Panther.
Leopard. I think it's just leopard. I think somewhere.
I can't even spell that. There it is. I want that one.
You want that one?
Want that one.
I know you wanted the other one as well.
And you know, I can't do these menus. I find them really hard. There we go. Right, square diamonds. 453.
Four.
Oh, hang on. 3072. 3072. 4 bags. Let's chuck in 5 then. There you go. There's my next order. And £37. Right. Just click on the first menu and it will open up. First menu? What? This one? Oh, I know what you're saying now, yeah. So rather than tracing all of this, where is it? I've lost it now. I still go back to the beginning. Yeah, rather than chasing all of this, I know what they're saying now. Rather than trying to chase all this, just click on that. Yeah, forgot about that. That's a lot simpler way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than, see, if you come across the menu to where there isn't a sub menu, you end up losing it. And yeah, it's like a little game, isn't it? You have reached level 3. Well, congratulations, you made it. Yeah, that's a lot easier, isn't it? Why did I not think of that one? Look, 15 sheets of cover paper. Well, that's too cheap, isn't it? There you go. That's what I've been using. No, that's not what I've been using. So I'm gonna look through all these because that's one of the best tools ever. That one. That's a fantastic tool. And no stickers.
Yeah, stickers. I had mine changed.
Double-sided A4 adhesive sheets. Do I want some of those? Do I need some of those? Should I buy some of those?
Up to you. I don't know if you need them or not.
Should I just buy one of everything? I like that, but I wish it was C charger. That's the pickup one you were talking about. They're all right, but I don't get on with them. They're great. See, like, every scale modeler should know about this. Because they are great for picking up, like, photo etch. And I think Tamiya do a version, and there's about 10 quid each. Because Tamiya just... It's got the word Tamiya written on it. It's a license to charge it 15 times as much. They're great. They're brilliant.
Oh, they're really useful boxes.
You know the ones I said really useful boxes? You said, what are they? I said, they're boxes that are really useful.
Yeah.
There's no way I could describe them.
I went brain dead.
Oh, look, we've got storage drawers and flip-flop lid pots. How useful are they? Now, I need to do a review on that. Because they are awesome. I can't describe how awesome they are. Washi tape, right? That's me. Right, so I'm going to save that order, and I'm having that on Friday. Do you know what? I keep seeing these. They look really great, but I'd just be wasting my money, wouldn't I?
Well, would it be wasting money to you?
What's that? Well, See, trouble is, you wouldn't really want the one, would you? You'd have to have the whole set.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I've got a collection of pink dolls that I'm not really into. So, no, don't ban me from buying them, please.
Are you going to listen if we did?
Am I? Well, I don't know. That's quite nice, isn't it? Or is that a Heaven and Earth one?
Yeah, it looks like Heaven and Earth.
That actually looks really nice, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the trouble with these Heaven and Earths. But that's kind of the idea, isn't it? Blank canvas and diamonds. Should I really be looking at these?
Probably not.
All dogs go with a little bit. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, that's quite a bit cutesy, though, isn't it? I really shouldn't really be doing this. Having a look.
And my problem is I do.
Elsa. That's really nice, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, but the white would drive me nuts.
Yeah. Oh! Now I found one I quite liked. I mentioned my favourite artists.
Mm.
Oh, hang on, I've got the wrong one. I'm on the Etsy page. It's not her. She's an author. Here we are. Right. Oh. 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 This isn't the page I was looking at the other day. Why can't I find her then?
If you can remember the day and approximately the time, you could look in your history. That might take forever.
I don't think that's her. Yeah, that's Nancy Farmer, author. Here we are. Right. I think that's the same one. Yeah. Here we are. Right. This is her page. Right. I have messaged her, and she's pretty much given me permission that if I buy the print, instead of sending me the print, she'll send me the digital. And then I can send that off for a custom. As you see, it's quite a bit of swimming. Right. These aren't the ones I'm looking for. She do some like alternative stuff. This isn't what I'm looking for. This is her swimming stuff. I think she illustrates for Swimming Magazine. Oh. Yeah. Can't remember what it was called now.
You'll probably find it when you're off stream.
Probably.
Always the way.
There is some good stuff on there. I do like that one. Farmer, only because fucking miracle worker isn't a real job title. Oh, I'm going to give up looking for it because I can't find it. But the stuff I found, you know what, I will look on my phone. I know I found it on the phone.
Try your history on whatever browser you use.
I'm thinking that now. History. God, hang on. Oh, yeah. Fantasy Etsy UK. Is that it? Yeah, I found her. Right. So if I find... Right. So www.shop/anti-farmer. There we are. So this one I quite like. There we are. Medusa and the hairdryer.
There's some funky greens.
Oh yeah. Painted devils. Just a bit different. Medusa in England. I quite like that one. See, that one I really do like that.
Something different.
The Viking cat.
You'd have a lot of white for around the edge.
Right, I just wouldn't do the white. Well, yeah, she would, wouldn't you? Yeah, we'll have to work on that one. There we are. The Tooth Fairy. I know she's done Tooth Fairy's Day Off. She don't remember it, so she must be chucking out so much art.
They forget, don't they, what they've got?
I don't know. I didn't think you would forget everything you've done. I remember stuff The Guilty Party. That one I quite like. Would like to know more about that. This is a deadly sort of masquerade. Anyone remember Cluedo? Well, it's a little bit like that. The Guilty Party is a party in which everyone carries murder weapons. A suspicious bunch, every man, woman and child of them. So what's the weapons they're all carrying? But I think that would make quite a nice little diamond painting. So, any colour you want, if you've got any particular favourite colours, yeah, they're all there, aren't they?
Yeah. You got purple in there for yourself as well?
Yep. Yeah, every colour you like and a lot of colours you don't.
Yeah.
That was quite nice. The cat ball makes a great show of being fast asleep until the possibility of dinner presents itself. And then we see that it knew exactly what was going on all the time. But yeah, I like that one actually. Another Medusa one. There's just quite a few Medusa ones. And then these, I want to know what these are about. Fornicating fairies. But I don't. What if there's an old picture? Probably got to troll through what's the word I'm looking for? Sift through so much stuff.
Yeah.
Probably on page like 400 or something.
Always the way though. It's never at the top.
I know. Well, the thing is, it's such an old. I had that about 20 years ago. I bought that. Anyway. So, yeah. So, to be honest, Penny, we had those drawers in September 21. Just didn't get round to listing them. Well, you've lost out on a sale then, haven't you? As a result. Right. Okay. Unless you've got anything to add.
No, just let us know when you need me live with you. You have to work out your days.
Let me just show you this. This is quite a nice one. This is up my street anyway. It's called Cheating Aces.
They look quite funny.
Pardon?
They look quite funny as in fun to do.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, and I quite like the way that they've got naked men as seats. So have you noticed that?
No.
They're sitting on men.
Okay. Oh,
Right.
I know it, yeah.
Oh, she's lucky. She's got two.
Greed.
Do you think that's a bit too raunchy for my mere little stream?
I just say do whatever makes you happy.
Well, it just looks like something fun and something different, doesn't it? Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for watching, guys. My next stream is planned for Saturday. All right. Wednesday. What is it now? Is it Tuesday now? Isn't it? It's Wednesday.
Wednesday, I
Wednesday.
think.
So Thursday, Friday, I'm working. Saturday, Sunday night. And you've only been on 5 minutes. If you get confused between hours and minutes, then yes, I have been on 5 minutes. Right, so as always then, I'm going to leave Natasha to close the stream.
Okie dokie. Thank you once again for joining. Hope you enjoyed the stream and hope to see you on the next one. In the meantime, happy crafting and stay safe.
Take care, guys.
Bye.